Yeah. Marshall. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why it seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I spent last year in the haze, so many records got made. I kept that shit to myself, I only wanted my pay. I took some time for stage, got in the bed with the snakes. They wasn't doing their job, I let them slither away. I wanna build me a team, so I can get to my fans. I need someone on my side that's gonna give me a chance. But shit just ain't what it seems, don't let them in on your plans. I hope they know what I mean, I hope that you understand. So never land, never pan out. Wings talk, think I better let them span out. Was too chill, think I better let the man out. Grew up with hand-me-downs, now I'm never taking handouts. Man, if you knew all the things I'm motion when I'm planned out. But I need help to do it, so can I get a fan count? Never understood me, now it's funny how I stand out. Me, myself, and I, homie, welcome to the madhouse. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why I seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I've grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I know my girl on my side, I'm trying to build this alive. Thank God my family alive, and I just wanna provide. They say it's gonna take time, but I've been losing my mind. She helps me grow and evolve, my family ready to ride. So why am I feeling low when life is giving me highs? I put my value in sales instead of hoops by my side. But I can see it's the front, that's why I'm not coming back. Yeah, I was slow to react. Don't give a damn what they thought of it. Yeah, I'm feeling glorious. Go flash in the audience, man, should've recorded it. I took a color pill, used my computer skills. Now I got agents after me, word up to Morpheus. The future I sorted it, do this till I'm bored with it. Invest in myself endeavors, hope I don't get audited. My body is a temple, but I fucked up the ornaments. I'm so gassed up, the US probably at war with it. It's a message to the earthlings. Join the team round here, we put the work in. It ain't teamwork if only one of us is working. Only thing I'm signing is when fans bring the merchants. I ain't got a thing yet that I wasn't deserving. And I ain't famous yet, but that bitch be flirting. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. So what you know about teamwork? And what I know about teamwork?
Good morning, good morning. Hey, Grandma Sherry. How are you, love? Hey, Denise. Melissa, how are you guys doing? Jordan, good morning. Good morning, Ellie. Ellie has been trying to destroy me at Monopoly Go. Woke up this morning to my entire board destroyed by Ellie. Targeted attacks 14 times. Oh, something else, y'all. Hey, Tia. Man, it is early. It's 9 a.m. Hey, Gerda. Evil Queen, how are you, love? Y'all don't forget it's My Fault Thursday. My Fault Thursday, is it? Oh my goodness. Something out there, ain't it? Hey, Patrish. The good Tiffany. Hey, Lindsay. Bushi. Sweet Tea. Shy One, how are you guys doing? Hello, beautiful humans, Ava said. Hey, Nanya, how's it going, love? So, I used to be cool. I love that screening. I've been super busy with life. Super, super busy with life. And I've also been getting easily distracted lately, which is very weird. I don't understand it, but I'm rolling with it. So I've been digging into 2 cases, like deep diving into them. And I'll look at one for like a couple hours. And then I'm like, oh, I need a break from this. And I'll go look at the other one for a couple hours. And then I'm like, oh, I need a break from that. And so then I'll go and look at baby fabric for hours and hours. But I did listen to some interesting streams last night. And I'm sure most of you guys listened to them too. Good morning, Nancy Smith. Jordan, oh, thank you. Agatha, good morning. Roses are red. Oh, that's okay, sweet tea. That's all right. Yeah, that's I've been having, like, Grandma Sherry moments, like, "Squirrel." Yeah. Then doing, like, yard work and all the things, all the things. So last night, I was out I fell asleep listening to Grandma Sherry. I didn't even type in the chat because I knew I'd get distracted, and I was fast headed fast to dreamland. And so, thanks to Grandma Sherry, I fell asleep dreaming about aliens. Thursday was the day I got justice, so it's always my fault Thursday. Oh, gotcha, Denise. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, girl. I destroyed your board back. You're welcome. Yes, yeah, we're gonna get into that. Absolutely gonna get into that. What do you it just had me thinking, so I I heard, Emmy's stream sorry, I don't know if I should call her headlines or headstones or Emmy or whatever. I heard her stream let me grab her link here, last night in its entirety. It was a good interview. I mean, I enjoyed listening to it. Hadn't heard from the dad's perspective before, so there's headstones and headlines where the father of a missing, young adult, Layla Santanello, she's 21 years old, missing out of Kingsport, Tennessee, and, last night, Headstones and Headlines gave a interview with the dad. We hadn't heard from the dad before, we had heard from the mom a lot. I haven't really deep dived this case, so I don't know a ton of details about Layla Santanello, and I do feel bad that I'm coming to you, talking to you about this and not knowing the full information. Let me grab a link for you real quick because I watched um, Trevor from Trev Time discuss this weeks ago, and so that's pretty much the gist of my knowledge on the case itself. Let me just grab you guys the link for his video he did. 3 weeks ago. Ooh, way to go. Yeah. He was on it. Here's Trev's video. So if you guys want to go later and check out what, this is all about. Look at her playing all innocent and coy over here. She's like, that's who messed me up. You targeted me 14 times, ma'am. 14. I had to strike back. All's fair in love and Monopoly Go. You should know this by now. Right. True, Danya. Very true. We mainly heard from the stepmom. I'll give you that. Now, I was happy from the amounts that we heard from dad. I think in most relationships, when it comes to situations like this, it is normal for the woman to speak out, and it sounds like she was heavily involved. But yeah, we heard a lot from the stepmom. You're absolutely correct. Maybe I'll sit on my hands because I think the whole thing was wrong. Okay, so I'm actually in agreement with you. Um, I don't think it was wrong that Headstones gave the interview. Don't misconstrue my words because they seem to get twisted a lot here on these streets. I don't think that was wrong. I just felt like I'm concerned that this is quickly headed towards the focus being about a battle between the parents than it is the focus finding their daughter. Just a concern. They did a great job. They did good. Hey, SoFlo Mama. But it was this morning I listened to Bullhorn Betty, and not the live she did today, but the one that she did last night. And let's see here. I want to play a couple parts for you guys and compare them. And then she made me think about something. First of all, This is titled that she survived the hurricane. Like, girl, it was just whatever. Okay. Let's listen to this part for a second here.
Tropical depressions out there, but hopefully we'll make it through all of those things as well. And as far as Layla Santanello, I don't have a strong date yet. I hopefully by tomorrow you guys will have an idea. We really are trying very hard to get a search party together, a large enough search party that we can section off and do zones out there. We just need to clear areas, and it's so anyways, hopefully you guys get with some of your great favorite creators. Maybe they can help promote the search, help get some more bodies out there, because really it is all about trying to make the most impactful search possible. And the more bodies we have out there, honestly, the more ground we can cover. So I'm just hopeful that we can just build up this whole thing. So as you guys are out there in the community on social media, different social media platforms, as you're talking about this, please consider telling somebody about it, that we are going to be doing a search party. I'll give you guys the dates. Hopefully it jives with everybody's schedule, but hopefully we give you guys enough time in advance for those that do want to participate, that have maybe some PTO time or some vacation time or something like that they would be willing to use to come out there and give us a few hours, maybe a half day. Maybe just tell your boss you'll be in after lunch, or you'll be taking off from lunch to the afternoon. We'll be searching literally all day. And if you know me, I am out there in the heat, rain or shine, just hustling. And I'm usually up around 4:30, but I will be with Olivia, so she won't be getting up until about 6:30, and then we'll be getting out there probably by 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and just hustling it till lunch. And from lunch, we can break off. We can all go eat lunch if people would like to. We can go somewhere, order pizza, do something. We can do something. And so it's just an idea that we're working on, and I just need a date and time, and then we'll get that broadcasted to you guys, and hopefully we'll get some help with that. So
okay, so I wanted to showcase this part because then I also want to play what the father and the stepmom said about searches. So Betty's planning a search. Nanya, I did hear real emotion out of the dad. There was a couple times he got choked up. Yeah, but we did hear from stepmom more. What did good Tiffany say? I missed it. I can definitely see this turn into a shit show for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned of. I'm very concerned that it's going to turn into something like that, and it doesn't need to. And I'm just hopeful it doesn't head to that territory, right? Because it could quickly head that way, head that direction. Hey, Karma, how's it going, love? Quickly head that direction. I think that some of the questions about like some of Betty's things probably could have been left off there. We serve a good God. I have a. Oh, okay. I've seen that around before. You guys can time that one out. But he still doesn't understand that the public can't just run around searching when it may ruin evidence or they may get hurt themselves. Okay, so kind of on the fence about this because I've actually been involved in 4 searches, 2 of them in which they were just the family putting them together because law enforcement were not going any further. One was with a legitimate search and rescue team organizing it, and that was a very well organized search, very well organized. And then another was just the family and friends and like people who had formed this group just getting together and searching. So I do know that it's possible, but then I wanted to listen to what the parents said about it. And so I think that these things need to be taken into account for Betty. She absolutely needs to listen to these parents because it sounds like law enforcement are still extremely active in this case. So it's not something I would get into at this time if I was her. Feel like she's gonna be stepping on some toes and getting some people really upset with this search.
And the least that we can do, is try to give back in some ways, like, when they do brown searches, and that's something I also want to clarify with.
Oh, yes. And there was a question about the searches in chat. Is there in fact a search party? And then also, has law enforcement searched everywhere they feel necessary at this moment?
No,
No,
so
they're not done
they are
searching.
not done searching. They have searched about 60% of a 320-acre perimeter, where she was, by the marble slab in the woods and the trail at that time. But due to there being so much water from the rain, they could not complete it. We did speak with the detective in regards to the search. Now, we can't, just go searching for somebody, or put a search team together to go search for somebody, especially when there's an open investigation. There are proper steps that you have to take, because I know a lot of people say, why haven't you gone and searched, and family gone themselves or friends or whatever, because we need to have a referral through the sheriff's department in order to go ahead and do something like that, because of, again, evidence, liabilities and such. So that is, in fact, very necessary. You cannot, in fact, just take it upon yourself to do.
Yeah,
But
there's somebody on here that thinks you can.
no, you can't. You
And
can
the
get in
fact that-
trouble for interference with an open investigation, especially when that location is being investigated through drones and high equipment,
TBI,
through
TBI,
underwater that
EMI,
TBI is,
EMI and all that stuff.
using at this
You can't
time,
just come in and
since
ground
they
search.
cannot do a proper ground
EMI
search.
is very
And, as I was saying before, our PI is a pro bono because she is in Tennessee and our case is in Tennessee. And she has been very correspondent with our detective and has been collaborating together in this case.
That's the one that terminated that Jen claims.
Yes, and Jen was highly aware of the detective when I first found her.
Wow.
Because it actually almost damaged our PI.
Okay, they're going to go on to talk about PIs and that involvement. So I'm going to stop there. I did drop the link in the chat if you guys want to go and hear the rest of the interview. Someone mentioned, yes, always in contact with law enforcement. I do know that the group that I went with that didn't have a professional search and rescue crew, it was all volunteers. They were in contact with law enforcement beforehand. So I do hope Betty takes those steps. Yes, Emmy did a great job, but something felt to me about the interview. I think it was about the feelings between the parents. Right, Claire, I agree. There was some back and forth between mom and dad, and I'm sure stepmom has her feelings about that as well. And I just don't want that. I hope that does not become the focus of Layla's case, this back and forth between the parents. Hey, Parody Patty. But it is really nice to be able to hear both sides. We've heard a lot from the mom, so it is really nice to hear from the dad. And it sounds like the dad and stepmom were in, continual communication with her. Right. It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? Good morning, Dieter. All the frustrated me because there's a lot of details you miss in the and well, I don't know. I know. I thought the same thing, but she was probably nervous as well as it could just be the way that she speaks, but it was difficult at times. I understand. Hey, Jonathan, how's your foot, girl? You getting any better? Are you out of the wheelchair onto crutches? Claire looks like Molly. Yeah, they did. Animosity between them. It made me feel uncomfortable for some reason. I gotcha. Hey, Truth Seeker. I didn't get to hear the mom live. Was it on? It was on TikTok, Tiffany, but I don't think it's on there anymore. I don't know if anyone caught that. I've just heard people speak about it, but I didn't hear it myself. Hey, Georgia. It was difficult to listen to, yeah. The mom didn't report her missing, but dad did, right? I just want to know, I'm guessing you meant why the mom didn't. When I was listening to the parents' interview, I don't know exactly what mom said specifically. So I'm just going off of what dad said. He made it seem like mom didn't want to report her missing until after the court date. And so he did it 2 days prior, like right before midnight, because him and his wife decided they needed to report it right then and there. Good morning, Direwolf. Yeah, a lot of talking over each other made it really hard to hear. It's not broken or fractured. Praise the Lord. Still can't walk on it, so I'm just crutching it around town. Oh, well. At least you're not on the In the wheelchair. What glitch? Right, Christina. I agree. I agree, but when you start to bring them public, people. They'll pick it apart, they'll dissect it, they'll make it seem like it's something more, and they'll expand upon it. So, it has its pros and cons coming forth and speaking on this platform or any platform for that matter. I just hope it doesn't turn into that. Oh man, TikTok lives aren't saved. Right, they aren't saved. Or are they? I think you have to save them. You have to decide. I don't understand how we get mad at Betty for contacting families and letting families bash, but everyone is, oh, girl, we're gonna get into that. I might have to drop a link for more people's opinions. But I want to get into that because that was the next part of what Betty went off on, and where I decided let's just have, a little variation of our community lives and discuss what is a tragedy pimp? What is one? Right? Okay. See, you guys are getting ahead of yourselves. Let's listen to this first and then we will go into that.
Anyways, we've been on for 26
Yeah,
minutes. I wasn't planning on staying too awfully well, followed by coming back.
talking about food for a
And
minute.
those videos don't do themselves. I'm trying to give you guys some content during the day as well in 3-4 states. Then Jacksonville is a little funky. But we I hope you guys are enjoying at least some content, horizontal instead of vertical, but I'm bringing them here to YouTube. So a much better viewing experience down. So I apologize for that.
Oh
This
gosh.
is going to be my complaint for the day.
Okay, here we go.
It's
Her complaint for
so
the day.
stupid. It's so stupid, and it's so hypocritical, and it just drives me up a wall. So we have a specific creator that has talked horrible about me. She's got a small channel, very, very limited views, and always about the tragedy pimping and the exploitation of families and all this other stuff. And wouldn't you know, and I'm sure she did it on the backs of talking crap about me to get the interview. But wouldn't you know that Layla's Layla's father and stepmother are on her channel. Her channel with at the last time I looked had like literally 200 people in the live. Okay, and that is.
What does that matter? Wasn't it just last week? I know someone made a clip that said of her where she said that I wish more people were sharing out this video or sharing out Layla's story and getting involved in it. So I don't know. That just seemed a little backbitey there of like, oh, now this tiny channel's doing it. That's not good enough. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. That would just seemed a little extra to me.
Is the most that girl is going to ever be able to do to help this family get any attention for this case.
Is that so horrible? If the most that she can do is a couple thousand people see that video, is that still not something? That's still something. Right, it is just shade. It's completely just shade. I saw something from Headstones. Where'd it go? The stepmother reached out to you. Okay. I don't see it as hypocrisy. There is a difference when you are doing it at the family's request and not right. And I do know that Headstone's video was not monetized. I saw that when I was watching it live. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know. Headstones is in here. She can let us know, but I don't think hers was monetized at all. Good morning, True Crime Time. Does she? Okay, well, you guys go check that one out. So we'll just go.
Is that 200 or that little tiny 1,000 views? And it's just all this stuff about me and how it's tragedy pimping. I don't get it because you just did the same exact thing. You just put a family up on your channel for financial gain, by the way, financial gain. You're not even really helping them, nor.
Is it financial gain if Headstones was not monetized on that video? Just some questions I'm going to throw out and we'll discuss afterwards.
Would you even get off your butt to go out there and help search for their daughter. It's just a money.
Is the only way that you can help a true crime case, a tragedy, the only way you can help is by being boots on the ground? Is that the only thing that we can do to help?
Would you even get off your butt to go out there and help search for their daughter? It's just a money grab for you to put them on your channel. And that is what's so despicable and so hypocritical about these creators. It's not about me being a tragedy pimp. It's about people liking the work that we do. So they have to criticize and beat us down so they can get that monetization, so they can try to go there and get that, so they can put it in their pockets to pay their light bill. Meanwhile, we actually go out there
to pay their light bill. I do get what she's saying, though. She's trying to make the comparison that if you were talking about a tragedy at all, you're a tragedy pimp. That's what I'm taking away from what she's saying. If you're talking about it at all for monetary gain.
And that money is better suited, in my opinion, maybe you guys disagree, but better suited being useful for the families, i.e. putting a body out there and putting this in front of as many people as possible. You know,
so her work is better because, so watch her, give her the views, give her the money, the monetary gain from the situation that she's covering, because what you're going to get is better content because she's going to go out there and film it. That's what I'm taking away here. I don't know if anyone else is taking that away, but that's what I took.
One of my videos on Layla Santanello got 2.2 million views. 2.2 million views. We were able to get this case out there. And it's like, if some of these people would just, instead of being so critical and so nasty toward us, which we clearly know what we're doing, we've been doing this for a really long time.
They clearly know what they're doing. And they've been doing it for a long time. So they've been doing this since 2020 with the Gabby Petito's case. I would say that clearly know what you're doing is a stretch. I'm just going to say that's a stretch there.
We've been really spot on about everything that we have done, and we have helped families. And whether you like the protesting, the 3 little protesting things that I did or not, is no consequence to the good that we have accomplished. And not only that, but I have never victimized not guilty people. Billy Joe, guilty.
She's never victimized not guilty people. And then she's about to tell us who the guilty people are. Even though to this day, we don't have a guilty person. Like, I know in my heart Leilani did it, and I'm confident that she's going to be proven guilty. But as for the rest that she's about to speak on, let's just listen.
But I have never victimized not guilty people. Billy Joe, guilty. Leilani, guilty. And even if
what is Billy Joe guilty of? Leaving her grandbabies in the care of Leilani, but not just Leilani. People seem to say that, oh, she just left them with Leilani. No, there was another adult there. There was 2 other adults there as well. And she also secured babysitting while those other adults were at work. So what was she guilty of? I might not agree with her grandparenting style or even her parenting style or anything that the woman has to do. But I'm just saying, what was she guilty of? So, but even just because you believe she's guilty of something, then that gives her the right to terrorize her? Is that what she's saying? So if I just believe someone is guilty, then I can terrorize them. Okay.
Even if, I'll put this out there so everybody can understand, even if Don and Candace aren't guilty of hurting their daughter, they're guilty of much worse than that. Letting their children live in squalor, abuse, alcohol and drugs around them, and just disgusting home, and just filth. And so if nothing more, they contributed to what happened with that girl, no matter how you look at it, even if they didn't do anything with the daughter, which I will not concede. But just for those people that...
She's not going to concede. There's no proof, or else if she had some proof of these things, she would turn them into law enforcement, right? We all would. I don't think Emmy played into the shade throwing. She let them say it and kept moving. Betty acts like she owns Leilani's case. Oh, goodness, here. Right. I don't think it's right to go after a small channel at all. At all. Wasn't for financial gain. Oh, True Crime Dime said, monetized or not, it's involving yourself into an active investigation. A lot of it was just bashing Layla's mom. I thought it was inappropriate. Giving the family a platform is helping them. She's just bitter. That's what Johnson thinks. The dad is allowed to share what his life is, life with Layla and her mom. I'm hearing anger. I do too, Sandy. I'm hearing some anger and maybe even a little bit of jealousy. Hey, Fairy. Let's be honest, the dad is mad at the mom, and we don't know the full extent of why. Of course, he and his wife are going to make comments. They wanted to speak, and Emmy let them speak freely. They don't need her to search. Ellie has to decide that. She doesn't search anyway. Oh, okay. Thanks, love. Right. I don't care who covers the case. If we were being honest, people weren't speaking on it until Betty did. Well, that's not true. I know of 2 other channels that were speaking on it before she did. I don't know about on TikTok. She might have been the very first one to take it to TikTok, but I didn't hear about it from her first. Impressions, not views. The majority swiped. Oh, on TikTok. I gotcha. Hey, Gavel. Gavel's. I've been watching. Man, she's been showing some trials over there, and I watched one, and I cannot say the Rita chick's last name. The mom is named Rita. Panel like a. I can't say the name. I'm sorry. It's long and whatever. And the dad is named something King Jr., like Don King Jr. I don't know, but they left their disabled 13-year-old daughter in the car for like 4 hours, 5 hours. And it was all caught on camera. And they're just like sitting around outside the car doing absolutely nothing while their daughter was just sitting in there dying. Oh, so tragic. It's a tragic, tragic case. My husband's making some noise in the kitchen, so I'm gonna go in. Betty, fake evidence of lies. The only thing that heads tones Pimps is and she's a bullhorn Betty Pimp. Right, right, Bash. They were. They were. Okay. She left the kids. She did leave the kids. She left them in the care of 2 adults that were not Leilani. And a babysitter, so 3 adults. Thank you. 2-month membership from Wine, Crime, and Mayhem. Thank you, love. She's guilty of being a bad grandma, and apparently that's a crime to Betty. I don't think there's anything. This wasn't supposed to be a topic about the Wells or Billy Joe, but I don't think there's anything that anyone could do to Billy Joe to make her feel less than how she already does. Nana's Angels, right? I heard about it from Trev, and I know Nana did a piece on it as well. Yep. It could have happened, Truth Seeker. I know it's kind of hard to think about, but it could have happened had Billy Joe been there. Still could have happened. We just don't know. No one is guilty of anything until proven guilty. If you're in true crime, then you should truly believe that. You should believe that the person is innocent until they are, proven guilty in a court of law. She's guilty for neglect. Okay. I'm gonna skip down past all this. I don't think she's judgy because of her lack of children. Brianna, that's my concern. That's my concern. We're headed for Summer Wells 2.0 or the next Watts Island. Yeah. Fueled by her jealousy and ego to be the only one right. She's going to interfere so much, she's going to ruin what leads Ellie does manage to get again. Right. It shouldn't be about this, though. It shouldn't be about who brought more attention. That was my point in playing that piece from Betty there just a few seconds ago, where she was putting down the amount of views that Emmy had on her video. It shouldn't be about who brought more or who's going to do more or this or that, right? It should truly just be about Layla. I did too. Oh, is it Ninny's birthday? Happy birthday, Ninny. That happens, Center. It happens a lot. She did. She said she needed more people on this. Okay, let me play just a little bit more. Again, I think she goes back into the tragedy pimps, which is what I want to touch on. Not so much focused on the other stuff.
Need to. So we've done nothing wrong. We've helped many families where we could. Our resources here go to helping those families and the travel expenses to get out there to help. Meanwhile, people are calling us tragedy pimps and then exploiting the family for their own financial gain. I just find that awfully hypocritical. Now, do I believe she's exploiting this person for their? No, I believe she's trying to capitalize on a situation by going with the other parents. Trying to put this extra tension between the two parents because I helped Layla Santanello's mother. So naturally, she's got to help the stepfather.
Okay, so here Betty is saying that the only reason Emmy did that interview, I'm not normally the one to stop on a good screenshot moment, but there it is. The only reason that Emmy decided to do an interview with the father and the stepmother was to go against Betty. That's an asinine way of thinking, in my opinion. That the only reason that she's digging into this case or covering this case was solely for that. To showcase the dad and give him a platform in which to speak on. Why did she take that as a personal attack against her instead of listening to what the father had to say?
And the mother, I don't get it, but whatever. It's just the stupidity behind all of it. And if you're really here to help, then help. Then help. But if I'm a tragedy pimp, what in the world are you doing? You're doing.
So if you're really here to help, then help. I thought that's what she was doing by giving the dad a platform in which to speak. I might, like I said, I might not have agreed with everything or felt like it was headed a certain direction, but she still helped. She gave the father the opportunity to speak out on social media. How is that not helping?
And if you're really here to help, then help. Then help. But if I'm a tragedy pimp, what in the world are you doing? You're doing the exact same thing. Actually, less than. Because at least I get off my ass and go out there and help the family, no matter how you look at it. But God bless, the fact that it is getting out, right? And we have not heard the stepfather's side of things. I haven't spoke to him. I don't know who he is. All I know is that he's in New Jersey or in a state far away and has been helping the family, with some bills and whatnot since the mother or the grandmother has been watching Nova Grace, from my understanding. Now, I may have that all wrong myself because I don't get into people's personal shit. But I just thought it was a little, it was one of those things that just really.
She does it, okay. I think that was it about tragedy, but she don't get into people's personal shit. No, no, not at all. We don't need to look back at her Idaho 4 videos and how personal she got with them or how personal she's got in the Summer Wells case or Quentin Simons. Nah, we don't have to look back at any of those, do we? Right, it's her dad. It should be you added 1,000 views to my 2.2 million impressions on TikTok. You obviously care about finding Layla too. Right, something. I did not bring the family up to have them continue fighting. Please stop with that. Who are you telling to stop with that? I'm not saying you did. My feeling was that I do see that it's going to head into a territory where the parents go at each other, and I hope it does not become that, but I'm not saying you did that. Last I checked, it took 2 people to make a child. Yes, he has a right to speak out, absolutely. I agree, Carrie. There's no reason why both sides of the family can't speak. Shouldn't be a personal thing, but Betty knows what she does and reflects that onto other people. Right, she was. They gave the correct GoFundMe. Well, she gave the correct GoFundMe too. She just gave the mother's GoFundMe because there's 2 different GoFundMes. And that's why I see there's like a messy, like the parents have some messy stuff going on. Um, and I don't know what it all is, but there is some messy stuff going on. So my question from all of this though, because like she stated at the beginning of it, um, a few minutes back, that basically now Headstones is just doing the
2 million views. We were able to
Mhm.
get this. And always about the tragedy pimping
Yeah.
and the exploitation of families and all this other stuff. And wouldn't you know? And I'm sure she did it on the backs of talking crap about me to get the interview. But wouldn't you know that Layla's stepfather, or sorry, Layla's father and stepmother are on her channel. Her channel with at the last time I looked, we had like literally 200 people in.
Okay, so she said that basically she's now Headstones is now a tragedy pimp because she's exploiting the family as well. So that just brought to my mind, what is a tragedy pimp? Okay. You're yelling at the lady on the screen. Yes, I did hear Emmy direct them away from certain issues several times. And I don't I mean, sometimes there's just questions that get thrown out that that people ask and they do lead towards a certain direction, but I don't blame anyone for that. We all have messy stuff when we're dragged into the public eye. Absolutely. Yeah, they're scared, frustrated, and angry, and that's going to come out sometimes. It does. Right. So, my question is, what is a tragedy pimp? What do you guys consider a tragedy pimp? I actually don't even use the word tragedy pimp. I don't like it at all. I stole from Scientific Skeptic, bad actors, and I typically call them bad actors, not tragedy pimps, because just at times they exhibit bad behaviors and stuff. I don't know that that necessarily makes anyone a tragedy pimp, but I wanted to get the pulse and see what everyone thought about tragedy pimps. I do too. I do agree with that, Melissa. I do think that everybody has a different opinion on what let me go ahead and drop this if people want to come up and talk about it. Or if you just want to type in the chat, that's cool too. But Crane, I already see your comment while I'm trying to drop this. She's just like, Bullhorn Betty. That's tragedy. I do too. I think she did a good job. I'm asking what the definition is, not who is a tragedy pimp, what the definition of a tragedy pimp is to you. She's a vigilante. Mm. She only pretends to befriend that family. She does it to monopolize the story. She gets butthurt if they go elsewhere. Ooh. A tragedy pimp to me is someone who profits off of a tragedy through misinformation and exploitation. Okay, so you're saying, Nanya, that for you, a tragedy pimp is someone who's discussing a tragedy, which I think there are so many. You know, we have news, we have creators, we have people on TikTok, Facebook, everywhere discussing tragedies. But for you, it comes down to being a pimp is one that profits off of the misinformation and exploitation. YouTube is for everybody here winging it. Some people should stick to highlight. Oh, hey, Mac, you changed your picture. She travels to bother families in their safe space and then has people send her money to harass them. But see, I thought in this instance, she wasn't harassing the other side of the family. A tragedy pimp tags every single person's name they've covered in videos that don't even speak of them any longer. Barry thinks it's someone who sees a tragedy unfold and involves themselves in it, using their channel to make videos and, if possible, keep it going for as long as possible. So you're saying that it's not so much about exploitation or anything, is that they keep the tragedy going. Is that what you're saying? They keep the tragedy going by continuing on with content about it instead of just giving the facts? I had to come in here so I can pin that link because I left my phone in here. Let me see if I can still pin it. There it is. Exploiting, you guys. So, an event causing great suffering. I don't know what a tragedy is. And then the pimp, pimping is the regular pimping definition. Um, Actually, it's on Urban Dictionary here. I can show you guys. So, Urban Dictionary, I feel like this probably came out after Heels on the Ground, says that a tragedy pimp is a producer of content that focuses on and targets tragedies such as murders, suicides, stillborn deaths, robberies, riots, shooting, fires, etc. I would include missing people in that have befallen certain people or celebrities for the intent of gaining clout, sympathy, or profit. These types of people tend to congregate on YouTube, Twitter, and other social media platforms. An example is that true crime woman only seems to create content to elicit sympathy donations from people. She's a tragedy pimp. I know that there was a creator once out there that said John Crimes came up with the term tragedy pimping, but he didn't. There's an article. Here's an article from 1997 in the Chicago Tribune that goes on about tragedy pimping. It's about a case where law enforcement, I do believe law enforcement shot someone. And there they said, here he says, those who rant racism all the time desensitize the public to the point that true charges of racism are turned a deaf ear. Instead of marching to the 5th floor of City Hall, these tragedy pimps should march on their own communities and protest the black on black crime. I might not agree with this article. I'm just letting you know that, yeah, it's been out there for quite some time. Quite some time. The term, anyway. Uh-oh, we got argument in the chat. So, okay, you guys keep saying the same words, exploiting. Well, what is your definition of exploiting? She's sitting here saying that Headstones was exploiting them by having them up on her channel. I don't consider that exploiting. So what is your definition of exploiting then? Someone who makes money and doesn't really cover the victims and has to point fingers and make more victims. I'm going to Google it. Imagine if any other YouTuber decided to have Jennifer on their panel to discuss the case. She would Do you think so, Twin Thing? Because I watch some true crime channels. Like one of the true crime cases that I'm digging into right now, Hidden True Crime, Lauren on Hidden True Crime is has covered it and has done interviews with various family members and oops, changed the background, didn't put up an overlay. Hang on. Anyway, Lauren on Hidden True Crime, she did interviews with various family members and things like that. Some might consider that tragedy pimping, and I don't. I don't at all. Hey, Johnson, you there?
Hey, babe.
Okay, just making sure it's you. I
Yeah,
had
it's me.
I had kind of gotten away from putting up a banner, and I'm like, this is gonna bite me in the butt one of these days.
I agree. I don't know who said it, but you mentioned earlier, I think you was reading off a comment. You said, so to you, tragedy pimping is profiting off the misinformation
The
and
misinformation.
yeah, and exploitation. And I 100%, that to me, that's what it is. What Betty's been doing this last time, I don't really consider that tragedy pimping.
So you don't think what she went out there and did in Kingsport for Layla's case was tragedy pimping?
Not necessarily. She wasn't harassing anybody. It didn't seem like she was spreading, rumors. I don't know. It's just, it didn't seem the same to me.
I didn't either. I honestly didn't even. I watched a couple of the first things that she covered on it, and it seemed like she was handling it pretty well. I mean, I didn't see her out there.
Compared to the normal, I feel like she was behaving.
I didn't see her out there causing a scene, or I don't know. She might have given out misinformation. I'm not aware.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think she did, but I mean, I don't watch every move she makes either, But it didn't seem the same to me this time.
Cheese says that a tragedy pimp is someone whose intent is to profit off of a tragedy by any means. Okay, so does that mean we are tragedy pimping if we cover those who are tragedy pimping?
Yeah.
That becomes a mouthful. I think Dolly calls it tragedy leeches, but
yeah.
That's why I don't like the term tragedy pimping, but
well, I mean, and
curious.
I agree that it's anybody who profits off of a tragedy, but to me, covering a case is okay. If you're covering a case, you're profiting off of a tragedy, and to me, that's not as bad as it is when you manipulate and you spread rumors and misinformation. That's when it becomes a problem, because everybody's going to cover these cases, right?
Yeah, I agree. Like, that's what I was saying. I watch Hidden True Crime, and she, has family members, and she has locals up to speak and give interviews all the time. And if you type her in, I don't see anyone calling her a tragedy pimp. So I'm kind of wondering if it's the other things surrounding it. It's not about the interviews for people. It's not about the contacting families or having families, give interviews or things like that. It's something else, and that's kind of what I wanted to.
For me, it's the harassment and misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Blatant misinformation. Yeah.
Yeah. I was telling someone yesterday that my issue with Betty has always been that the definitive statements. She makes such definitive statements and presents them as fact. Like, she doesn't leave any room for her to correct herself, and she puts it out as fact. And I can, name a handful of times that she did this in Quentin Simon's case, where it became this narrative that he was beaten, and the picture she was using, we later come to find out, came from the babysitter, and the babysitter turns around and says, oh no, that's not a bruise, that's spaghetti sauce. That's not a bruise, it's a shadow. And the only bruise on him is here, and that's when he fell in my care. So that whole narrative was formed based off of flat out misinformation, and I would absolutely call that a bad acting moment.
Yeah, to me, that whole thing was tragedy pimping. I don't like using the word anymore either. Uh, it's, but that's what it was. That whole
Mhm.
situation with Quentin Simon.
The larger true crime channels push merch and coffee, etc., doing the same content. Let folks make their money, I guess. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, I don't know. Just trying to get everyone's take on it. I feel like sometimes we could take a live of Betty's and she could do the exact same thing that like Gray Hughes does over here, and we'd call one a tragedy pimp and the other not. And so I'm just trying to gauge like what is everyone's view and definition of tragedy pimping.
I don't necessarily have a problem with people making money. Let's say, like you said, the hidden true crime. That's her show. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she brings content. She entertains people. She brings these cases to light that may not, have been known otherwise. I don't think her making money on discussing cases is a problem. It literally just comes to harassment and
Her
rumors.
Yeah, her facts. I did hear that one, Fairy, where she said that the camp where Layla camped in the woods, and then I heard the stepmom last night say, "No, we knew that since day 3. It wasn't a campsite." I heard that. Yeah.
Oh, did she say that was for sure Layla's campsite?
I don't see. I watched the TikTok this morning because I went and watched the TikTok that has 2.2 million views, and it's the one of the campsite. And she says this one over here has women's clothes, and that has men's clothes. I don't know that she flat out said that it was Layla had used that site or not, but it was
Hmm.
implied. I don't know that she flat out said it though. The girl from Tennessee was not tragedy pimping. Now, if he would have stood in front of the husband's house with, I didn't,
I
the
think the
dog?
only character of the girl from Tennessee was not. No, I don't think he was. I don't.
You mean this
Well,
latest case that he's covering? I didn't see him. That's not Tennessee, is it?
no, it's Virginia. Um, her name's. I think her name's Avril.
Yeah,
Avril
Average
Hook,
Brooks.
something like that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think I wouldn't consider. I don't know. I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. The lines are blurred because literally all he did was, I mean, he went and talked to the family and I guess did a little searching. But that afternoon when they had found her, he did a stream just kind of showing where the police were and like where the body was located and stuff like that. And yes, the super chats were rolling in. So would you consider? I don't know.
Well, I didn't watch any of that, but when I woke up after my dream of Grandma Sherry and aliens, she made it out alive. Don't worry, y'all. But anyway, after that dream, I woke up and I watched YouTube. He was the only one on at the time, and he talked about the case. I didn't see his previous videos on it, but he was discussing it, and he said that he went out volunteering to search, and when he went searching, like he just ended up with the father, not on purpose. It just happened that way, and had some conversations with him and such, and they ran into the guy that they ended up arresting later. So
Yeah, I had heard something about that too. So that's what I'm saying. He wasn't out there harassing people. Is it still considered tragedy pimping? I guess so, because it is still a tragedy and these people are making money on covering it. But to me, that's not the problem. They're giving entertainment to their people. That's, that's what creators do.
I called JLR a tragedy parasite in that long video I did of him, because the cases that I could proved at the time, he was, going real life by contacting Facebook and families and things like that. I don't know that he consistently does that anymore. I think he just goes to the scene of places and has his camera out and points. But in all the things that I used in that instance, I called him a parasite. It's a level of maturity, class, and grace. That's what hidden true crime had. Many others appear to be promoting a circus of drama. Big difference. Oh.
Mm,
So
yeah.
So for some of you, it's just a feel. It's just a feel then, like, you feel like it's not being handled with dignity or empathy the way that a true crime case should be. I do not consider everyone covering missing people tragedy pimps. They are doing a great service until they lie. So for Shaggy, it's the misinformation. That seems to be a pretty big one.
Yeah, because when you're putting out misinformation, you're muddying the case so much,
Yes, Nanya, they do. They bring on families during active cases. They absolutely do, or neighbors, or it depends on the channel. It does depend on the channel, but some have for sure. Tragedy pimps don't have the integrity to distinguish opinions from facts. Oof.
Okay, but my question is, do you think that sometimes we get tunnel vision on these creators?
I think it's easy to. I know I have for a while, and that's kind of why I haven't done many clips or lives about it.
Me too.
Well, that and just busy with my little grandbaby.
Grandbaby.
We're so excited. Hey, Crimes and Fashion. You've been free of YouTube for 4 days? That's like a month. Good luck. Good luck around here, love. Hey, Pearl, how's it going?
Hi, okay,
Hey,
never thought
Pearl.
paying for it today. Hi, Jonesin. It's lovely to meet you. I don't think I've actually ever met you on a panel anywhere.
It's
I
nice to
agree
meet you.
so much with the conversation that is going on about people who are physically out there creating like a real-time sideshow in the way that Betty and JLR and so many others do. But I just wanted to talk about the pimping, the tragedy element that happens
Yes.
without people setting foot outside their door. And I think the last few weeks, particularly, have been a circus in this section of true crime, with the
Yes.
way that people have literally entertained trolls that they know are trolls, and have created a whole atmosphere of reinforcing each other's drama. You talk to a troll on one panel, and then you spin off to your own channel and you sort of talk about your heartbreak on that. And it's quite a thing. And while I'm talking about this, can I make very, very, very clear these opinions are mine coming out of my mouth? Deets is the venue for me saying this.
So I
If
don't
you
know
have
what
an issue with anything I say, please come and deal with me. Deets is asking for people's opinions, and this is mine. Because one of the things that I've noticed is that everybody enjoys having this talking shop here. And you do so well, Deets, I mean, you really, really do.
Oh,
But
thank you.
then when people have got a problem with anything that's said, it's like it's come out of Deets's mouth. Deets is
Right.
the venue, not the voice.
That's
So if you've got an issue with anything that I've just said, please, it's me, Pearl DeVere, the Jerks. I stand by anything that I say, but Deets doesn't have any idea what's about to come out of my mouth. Not that I'm about to say anything terrible. I've already just said it. It is shocking to me that a group of people who are far old enough to know better had somebody up on panel that they had seen over previous weeks come up on panels and obviously play act. On one panel, he knows everything. On another panel, he knows nothing.
They know
To
what
the
they're
point,
doing, Pearl. They
Yeah,
know.
sorry.
I don't know which troll you're talking about, but just
Okay, I'm talking specifically about the Scottish man who came up on Prayer Garden of
yep.
America's
Okay, I wondered. Yep.
show and did this bizarre stream of consciousness. I mean, how on earth they took
Mhm.
any element of what he said seriously?
It is disgusting.
Because it was, he fed something into a wood chipper, then she was in a bag of concrete, then they fed her to pigs, then he had some of her in his freezer. And this is a real little girl. And you're all
Well,
there sort of rending your clothing and crying and then being angry at him and demanding that, he just confessed. I've never known anything like it. It was it was like the worst reality show, soap opera, and they were all feeding off each other. And you are grown women and a grown man. What on earth are you doing?
I agree.
It
I
was,
agree.
and the things that were allowed to
Mm.
come
Oh,
out and be
terrible. I
said.
just feel terrible repeating some of the things that were said, because at the forefront of mind is always the fact that was a real life human little girl. Now, it doesn't matter that in my heart of hearts, I think that she's already gone. Her dignity is still an issue. And because we don't know what has happened, and because she's got real life relatives out there, regardless of your feelings about the parents, what on earth possesses you? And I'm sorry, and Prayer Garden, if you come for me, you're going to have to come for me. When you knew that he was a troll and you let him up, and you said later in your show that you had seen him for weeks in other places,
Mhm.
he comes up and says, I've got a confession to make, and I think this is the place to do it. And he's eating some food, and you know that he says things for drama, and your immediate question is, what are you eating? What did you think he was going to say?
And she just allowed it. How long was he up there on the panel? Do you know?
He was up there for, it was a little less than an hour, but then you had the whole issue of other people coming on and discussing what had happened. But
Mhm.
at one stage, you had a situation where you've got Prayer Garden baiting him and talking backwards and forwards, and then Daisy's there, and people are saying John and Candice should come over. But thank goodness that they didn't, because it was already enough of a drama. And then Justin comes up, and then Ziggy is in the chat. I'll contact Benny, because he's mentioning that he's friends with Benny, and he and Benny went there in a car and they were involved in it. And it's just, please tell me you don't actually believe a word of this, because otherwise, actually, I don't know what's worse, knowing that really in your heart of hearts, you don't believe any of this, or the fact that you're even allowing it to come out as mad theory. And then at one stage, I mean, this guy, he's got every move in the book. You know, he just tries to wrong foot them over everything. And Jodie Sue Brown says, you know, this is a little girl with real brothers. And he suddenly
Mhm.
goes, "Oh yeah, sorry, I'm autistic, and so I don't always sort of say things right." Really, I don't know any autistic people, and believe me, I have autistic people in my family who would decide that what they really, really needed to do today was go up on a live panel and discuss the fact that they had a dead child in the freezer. I mean, not only was it spectacularly outlandish, but he said that he'd had her in his freezer for 3 years. And then he said he laughed because of her response and said, "Oh, there was a script. No, no," you know, like he couldn't carry on with the script that he got. Right then and there was the moment he should have been kicked and never brought back.
My question
Right.
is this the same troll that's been going to Daisy's channel?
Daisy in the back chat?
No, I don't believe
Oh,
so at
okay.
all.
I thought it was.
Um, that's been happening for a long, long time. And this guy, although he knows a lot about the case, only seems to have been around for a couple of months at most. And this back chat business, using the same people, using images of people's children that have passed, all from the
Oh,
same
okay,
small
that one.
group. That's
Gotcha.
the situation that's been going on a long, long time. I have my theories. I'm 99% sure I know who it is. Obviously, I can't say that because I cannot prove it,
Right.
but I would bet my house that I know who it is, and it's not him. He's and then Benny had him on talking about
Okay.
who
Well, what
paid you to do this.
What did he say to that?
Well, first of all, Benny was trying to supply the right amount of money that would bring him information, missing the point entirely. This guy is not in it for any legitimate reputation or for money. He is a purebred troll.
Is this the Mike, the Delphi troll, or is this a separate individual?
This is a separate individual.
Okay. Man, there's so many trolls in this.
I know. I can say that with confidence. I know exactly who this guy is.
Mhm.
I know the several names that he uses. I know where he lives. I know an immense amount about this guy, and one of the reasons I've come up is just to say, please, please, do not let this guy into your community. His background is something incredible, and he is just going to use this opportunity. It's like this is his new feeding pool, and the more that you allow him up on panel, or you discuss this as if there's any validity to it at all, or even if you discuss it as who put you up to this, there's not an answer. He will just say whatever he wants to say for any given moment. I mean, Benny led it into this whole discussion of taking seriously that this guy was paid to go up at PGs. He wasn't. He's paid in outrage. That's what he loves. He has reputation over a whole load of social media. He uses identities. Everything is a game to him. He purely loves the outrage. And so consequently, Benny got himself into a situation where this guy, he's saying that Benny paid him.
Wow.
And I just thought, well, Benny, you walked into it. Where did you
Right.
where did you think this was going when you started, knowing that he was a troll, just like the "What are you eating, man?" conversation? I knew exactly where this was going to end up.
And
When
he
you
walked in
asked
there
him,
into it.
yes, who paid you to do this? And even though he muted him, he wasn't quick enough to take him off screen. And you could see that this guy was saying, "You, Benny, you paid me."
Oh
Just
my gosh.
so yeah,
Isn't it weird how it heads into that territory though, that if that a troll's always being paid or is always in cahoots or it's always part of some conspiracy or
oh,
drive by
conspiracy
others
theories
to
are
for it to
just
happen when it sounds like this guy and others that other trolls I've seen, they're just doing it because they're weird individuals who like to do that sort of thing.
yeah.
It's so bizarre.
It's like emotional vampirism. They've come
Yep.
to feed, and the more response, whether it's anger or whether it's upset or whether it's people being shocked and appalled and then eventually being kicked, they are fed emotionally and success. The only thing that you can do is not to play. The minute that you realise who it is, just shut him down. Uh, you have control over who comes up on StreamYard. This idea that people just come up, as if they
Yeah.
can pop up and you can't in any way stop them.
Or at
People
least,
who don't
kick
know.
them. Yep.
I'm sorry, dear, I didn't catch that bit.
I'm just saying, or you can at least kick them if you're not sure,
Yeah.
if you're having an open panel and you're letting anyone up, after a little bit, you can do that, especially with it. I heard this one, and as vile as he got there, you could have for sure. It's so weird.
And then, of course, the bizarro world of Jodie Sue Brown is the voice of reason. She says to him, about Summer was a real child and she had real family. And pretty much she shamed Prayer Garden in that moment into
Mhm.
shutting it down. And I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, a Jodie Sue Brown fan.
Mm.
I think that as far as the notion of tragedy pimps goes, she's the A1 from day one. She knew Summer,
Oh, she's the biggest.
and talking about it constantly and having her Cash App sort of pinned there, her PayPal, she can condemn everybody else as a tragedy pimp. Fundamentally, that's what you are, Jodie Sue.
Mhm.
I'm not taking away from you anything that you've experienced in your life. I'm sure that your relationship was an absolute horror show.
It
You
sounds like it
both seem
was.
to be invested in making each other pay for everything. Uh, And I know that you've suffered with illness, and I think that's awful. No one should have to go through the sort of suffering that you tell us that you have been through, and I have no reason to disbelieve you. But as far as the situation with Summer goes, it just seems to me that the whole of Ben Hill was a dysfunctional community. There's so much that they've all got to say about each other, and none of it is good. So many people involved in all sorts of fuckery, and no one seemed to be concerned about anybody's children, what was going on with them. It's okay telling us all this now. Where were you then?
Right.
Constant new bits of information. It's been 2 years, and now suddenly you remember something about the kids being taken to dope houses and having bruises on their faces and head injuries, and it just becomes implausible.
To me, and like I said earlier, I don't like the term tragedy pimping. Oh, thank you, KB. The key word for me is pimp. Pimp, in my opinion, equates with harming others, no more, no less. Thank you, KB. I agree with that. But these bad actors, they do things like that to keep you on the hook. You know, they're their stories, especially, if they're eyewitness accounts and they come out and we can see the exploitation happen day after day as they sit there and continue to drone on and on about a neighbor, and then more and more bits come out, like you said, Pearl, and the things that come out flow with what's being said at that time in the community. To me, it's pretty obvious what's happening there.
It really is, and then you have this ridiculous situation where certain channels are in deep with the family, and that is a whole merry-go-round of who is in
Right.
with John and
That's
Candace
weird.
from 1 month to the next. And then you've got, of course, Ziggy's relationship with Fred, and different channels who've got, say, a relationship with the different Andrews. And it's
Yeah.
like Beach Creek, pick your fighter.
Mhm.
Very, very strange. And again, they will just seem to believe anything that comes out of the mouth of their particular favourite
It's
at
almost
at
like
the moment.
um, they pick a team in that individual, and, like,
It
you know,
really is a Team
this is
Fred.
their person, and yeah, like Team Fred, and that's my guy, and everything he says is the truth, and everyone else is lying. It's very weird how it becomes that sort of situation, and I get what you're saying there, because then the exploitation flows from that. And I agree that that's kinda one solid definition of tragedy pimping, because you're basing your entire thoughts, your entire theories that you're then spreading out to your audience continually off of what one person told you, instead of using the facts of the case to base your opinions.
It is, it's very strange, and you have a situation where, Don will only go on certain channels, and Candace will only go on certain channels, and Ziggy has a special relationship with Fred, and it's just very, very strange. I
Yeah.
want to say, at this point, Daisy considers herself very close to Candace. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, who knows? Who can judge a person's relationship, by what you hear online? But what I do know is, regardless of whether you're close to Candace or not so close to Candace, when you had this person coming up in your back chat, saying the most horrible things, comparing rigor mortis, the hardness of rigor mortis, to a sex toy,
Mhm. Mm,
and
yeah.
you repeated that. Seriously, nearly 10 times. It got to be as close to double figures, if not in double figures. When you know that the mother of that child is in your chat, what on earth are you thinking? You didn't have to repeat that once. You didn't have to repeat it several times. You didn't have to put it up on your screen, what was written. Again, the dignity of a very real missing child. What on earth are you thinking? The shock value is almost more important to them than any sort of taking a moment to think about what they're going to say or do. And you encourage that by saying, "Oh, he's up in the back chat," you drop your link, or he's there, and you discuss that he's back there. You don't have to mention him at all. He could be in your I mean, I know, Veloma, who's sort of on the periphery of true crime, in that she knows people within this community but isn't part of it. She has had people come up in the back chat. She doesn't let them up. If they manage to write some stuff while they're over there, she doesn't engage with it publicly. And it can't be that difficult, it's sort of, touch wood, we've never had that problem. We've had people try to come up and we've just kicked them, then never even got a chance to write
Mhm.
it. I don't know how it becomes so much of a thing, how they allow it to go on for so long, and why they repeat anything that is said. I understand their anger and their outrage. I'm not questioning that at all.
Right.
I'm questioning playing into it and letting other people know what's going on, because that's what this person wants. Why do you give them what they want?
To fuel that fire, to fuel the fodder of content, to keep
Exactly.
something
That's the
going, a
only
circus.
answer that
Mhm.
you can come to. That is ultimately the only answer. And this is where it comes back to, like, literally pimping the tragedy. Regardless of the financial aspects of it, it's like an outrage circle of, you allow something outrageous to be said, and then you're outraged by what's said, and then the chat is outraged by what's said.
Right.
People in the chat say outrageous things about the person who said the outrageous thing, and it's just a self-feeding cycle.
And is it ever ending? That's, like, why I follow her case closely, but I can't watch all the streams on it anymore because it has turned into something else. It's turned into the soap opera that has become the community on YouTube following her case more so than about her and trying to figure out what happened to her. And it's really heartbreaking. And that was what I was talking about with Jones and Draft. That's what I was talking about with this case. I really hope it doesn't become a fuel of a back and forth between the mother and the father, and people on YouTube pick up on that and want to run with that and turn it into instead of what it should be about, which is Layla.
I just seen this comment by Fairy Raven say, "Pearl, you're preaching to the converted here. We all know PG et al. Are disgusting." Yeah, I am aware I am preaching to the converted. I mean, the mere fact that I'm up here and we're discussing it, it wouldn't be this sort of discussion anywhere else, which is, again, what is so brilliant about what Deets is doing by creating this venue. And I know that the people who are in the chat are not really the people I'm talking to. It's frustration. I'm
It is
so frustrated
frustrating.
by it that, just coming up and talking about it, if regardless of, unfortunately, how the chat feel about me, is or not, is it's a release valve. The last
You
2
get
weeks
so
have just been
frustrated.
out of
Yeah.
control.
It's important to let those things out because it is frustrating watching all of this. Pearl, I agree with you completely. You watch it. Magnolia, are you there? I can hear something in the background. Are you there, hon?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Oh.
here.
But yeah, it is frustrating watching this all go down and play out over and over and over in the name of a missing child, in the name of a
Uh,
missing person.
what I wanted to say about this new case is, what we're already seeing again is a slight development here. I mean, it's not actually happening. I'm not making any comments about the smaller channels who are talking to other members of the family. I think that they've behaved wonderfully. I think the interviews have been very good.
Mhm.
But again, we're seeing this picking your fighter, people attaching themselves to individuals within the extended family of the case and making it, sort of, good family member A, bad family member B. I really, really hope that we've learned. I'm hoping against hope. It would be wonderful if something was learned from the situation with some of that, you didn't like pick your fighter and
Right.
realise that all these people love this missing woman. in their own relationship, and they don't have to have a relationship with other people. We all have extended family. We all have situations where there might be people within our family who have complex relationships themselves. That happens in the most ordinary, everyday, happy, extended families. Of course, there's chances are in a situation where somebody goes missing, is that there are complicated relationships around them. Why would it be any different to what's happening in loads of families? And then different groups attached to them, and it doesn't help in any way. They're
It
already under stress.
Exactly.
They're all missing her in their own way, and you are now creating a whole different situation with them, because you can't tell me that people don't get off conversations or interviews and are enraged by the fact that person A has spoken to another channel holder and said this,
Mhm.
and on top of already knowing that a family member is missing, I don't know how it's handled at all. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
I know I wouldn't either. And 867, I agree. Here it's a question that I've posed with a couple of friends before. Who is driving the bus? Is it subs or creators? And I think everybody has a role in it, you know, from
It's
the
a feedback
continual
loop, isn't it?
right, the continual streams day after day about the same topic with no new information, and also the subscribers who show up for the show, because that is a show, make no mistake,
Oh
it's a show.
yeah. And if the thing is, if we didn't have this element of us as people, that just like fights in high school, a fight happens, the crowd appear to watch what's going on. That's what's happening here. It's in us. It's in us as human beings. It's why reality
Mhm.
TV is so successful. It's why the ridiculous storylines of wrestling still hold people. Why there were sideshows and freak shows, and there's something in humanity. It's bread and circuses, as the old Roman emperors would say. Sort of, how do you keep the masses happy? Bread and
Right.
circuses. And true crime, unfortunately, has become the bread and circuses of a whole section of YouTube.
Oh, I agree. Zen, I agree with you completely. If the family wants to reach out, they want a platform to speak on, absolutely let them. And I don't, like I was saying, I don't feel like Headlines did anything wrong. She gave them a platform. She did a
Not at
great
all.
interview. She did nothing wrong at all.
It was the sensitivity and concern. There was nothing wrong. And
Mm-mm.
Betty can Betty needs to find an argument in this, because on the one hand, she's saying how important it is that awareness is brought to this situation and everybody doing every little bit. And yet, when somebody else does their little bit, then it's an issue. You can't have it both ways.
Right. I agree. Are you with us,
Mm.
Starlight?
Yeah,
And
good
then
morning, ladies. How are
good
you?
morning. First, Magnolia,
Hello.
you want to add anything to this, Magnolia?
Yes, ma'am. I just got so mesmerized by Pearl
I know. I love it when
accent.
she's not.
Yes. Um, I just wanted to jump in right quick. I'm supposed to be working, so shh, don't tell anybody. But um, yeah, I think I get hung up on the words tragedy pimp, right? Like,
Same.
because I feel like it gets tracked back to monetary gain, right? Like on any kind of tragedy. But I think there's, and just in my opinion only, I think there are like different tiers to this, right? Because, some people, would you call Stephanie Harlow, who has millions and millions of followers, and she does research and has teams and people, or Eleanor Neal. Yes, she makes money, obviously, but I feel like she does the research. She does it, and she will say when she has her opinion, and only her opinion, then she'll speak it and she'll go back to the facts. And then you have, you know, creators who honestly research a crime,
Mhm.
and they want to cover it with, no wild speculations, just every debate, everybody's opinion, like, Gray, Hughes, like him or not, he has no BS attitude, right? And you have chasing, and even you deets and people who do it. And of course, if you're on YouTube, unless you just really don't need the money and all that, and you don't have any money come in, that's fine. But YouTube is there to make money if you want, and you spend the time researching. Well, why not? And if people like what you do, if you want to tip someone, then you tip them. And then you have the people who call out the quote unquote tragedy pimps, like Morbid, The Glare, Queen Bee, all them. They really just go after the people they feel like are making a mockery or a circus out of these tragedies, or burnt toast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get down to the people, and Johnson was right. Do we have a funnel vision? Or tunnel vision, I'm sorry.
Funnel would
Yeah.
work too.
Yeah, about certain people like Betty, JLR, Dolly, all those people, and just in my opinion, I think I do, because you know if I've watched someone who's supposedly covering a case, and they go out and just yell and cause ruckus and just makes a whole circus out of a loss, right? And then they demean anybody else who actually has a job, who can't just pick up and go to another state and help you look, if that's what, they consider really helping. Then I'm sorry, the next time I see them talk about a crime, I already have my preconceived notions that they're going to have their opinions that they state as fact, and it's just their opinion. So their credibility with me is lost. So yeah, I agree. I don't know, tragedy pimp, someone who covers crime and makes money. Well, that could go though to the highest tier of people who do months or weeks of research, to
Exactly.
people
It
who,
could go either way, right?
yeah. I mean, so that's all I'm saying is, like, I put it as people that I listen to, and I trust that they've done research, and they'll have their speculations like we all are able to have, right? We have the right to.
Right, like
But
Greg Hughes, like oh boy, although oh boy has been a bear in the chat for a while, but he says that Gray Hughes is a national treasure. I know that
mhm,
Gray theorizes, but he
mhm,
makes theories based on the facts that he's already shown you first. So he's going to bring you forth a bunch of facts on the case, map it all out for you, literally and figuratively, and then he
mhm,
might do some theorizing on it. And most of the time, he's right on his theories. So. Uh,
exactly.
but
Yeah.
he's also very clear that it's a theory
Yes.
as well, and I think that's where I said my issue with Betty comes from, her being so definitive, like this is a fact, but there's no proof
Mhm.
of it to be a fact, and so that's where I wish she'd pull back some.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I
like,
agree with Oh Boy, and Grey Hughes is a national treasure. I'm sorry that I'm having to say this to you, Oh Boy, in my obnoxious accent that you can't understand a
I
word of,
know.
I love it.
but I do agree with you.
And yes, I mean, like, Gray is very blunt. A lot of people don't like that, and that's fine, but I like it as far as Gray never mentions, well, these smaller creators, or you don't get as many views as I do, and da 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 da, as Betty would do. But Gray also donates to charity. But then he does say he does have some that he pays himself, which he should, because
Yeah,
we've seen
yeah.
everything he does with the maps and the recreations and the stuff. But you
I
know
don't
what I
have
mean?
issues with anyone making money on this platform. That's what it,
Right, right,
affords people to do, and I don't call people a tragedy pimp based on that
right.
specifically. Stitching says here we're talking about Betty being wrong, subs being wrong for watching, Emmy being wrong. No one is making bank on tragedy. I think it's an emotional suck more than a financial. Um, we're not saying that Emmy was wrong at all, or the subs are wrong. Not even saying Betty's completely wrong. We're just holding a space and having a conversation on what we interpret tragedy pimping to be, because everybody has such different opinions of what that means. And I was just curious about all of those opinions, but I'm not laying blame on anyone. specifically.
Mm,
But definitely not Emmy. I don't think she did anything that would even come close to tragedy pimping with
No, not at
giving
all.
them a
I agree
platform.
right.
with you.
And I'll say this, and I'll have to hop down. And
Oh
thank
my
you,
God, my
Dee. And,
mic was off. Sorry about that.
uh,
I was
uh,
I was saying,
is
can I say something? Can I say
yeah.
something? And I just noticed.
I'm sorry. I'll say this, and I'll jump down. Thank you, Miss Deets, for letting me up, and
Anytime.
I hope I made some kind of sense. I don't know.
You did. I appreciate it.
Did you made wonderful points?
Is that Emmy talking to the parents? I mean, if anybody who's covering a crime, if they get a legitimate, like a relative, especially the parents, right? Then I mean, of course, we want to hear from the parents. That's the best. I take my hat off to that, right? So I definitely am with you. I don't think that was any bit tragedy pimping. I think she had the best intentions, and she would divert and try to get them away, back to Layla. So I don't think anyone should be downing how she acted during that interview. But I got to get back to work. So thank you, ladies, and everyone. Thank you for
Thank
having
you,
me up
Magnolia.
there.
Magnolia, I appreciate you hopping up and sharing that with us.
Hey,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you, Magnolia. It's been lovely to hear an opinion.
Oh, thank you.
And I love your voice.
Me
I
too.
love
I love it.
yours. So there you go. All right.
I
Bye bye.
wish I had an accent. You all up here with these adorable accents, and I'm just Midwestern with nothing.
I was teasing. I was teasing the guy in the chat, but genuinely, it doesn't bother me at all.
Mhm.
The same way that people sort of decide that because you're from the UK, you shouldn't even have an opinion on American cases. If you feel that way, I am fine with that. It won't stop me, but I'm
Yes.
fine with you thinking that.
And I don't think that's fair either because we have opinions on foreign cases. It's not a stops at the border type situation. So I don't think that it's wrong to have an opinion. Starlight, are you there?
Yes. Okay.
Hey, love.
Bef-
How's it going?
Before I forget what was in my mind right now, because I'm trying to get ready to go to work. So you guys are talking about tragedy pimping. To
Mm-hmm.
me, I believe just like people like that woman, I can't remember the name of the channel that she put in Ganna's pictures on
Oh, Zap Girl?
Zap Girl, that she went and put it on a platform that she even put a prize on it. That
Mm-hmm.
to me is the biggest tragedy pimp, and that's how I describe it. It was the biggest one, to be honest with you. I never watched her because she talks so fast, and then I have anxiety, so I can't just listen to somebody going and then not get anxiety. So I'm serious. You listen to
I'm
her
not
for like a
laughing
couple of seconds.
at what you're saying. I'm just laughing at how you're saying it, but
No,
I know what
it's
you mean.
I'm Spanish, so
I just loved it.
so I, it makes me shaky. Just listen to her for like a few seconds. So
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of her like since the Watts case, and that's how I know about her channel. But like I said, I tried to listen to her once, and right now that somebody was trying to talk about her and about how she put in what she said lately, and she's talking about another case. I was listening to her, and I said, "Why am I sitting here?" It's like, and I'm like, "Okay, that's it. I'm out." And then, so she will be one of the examples. Another one is, I've heard of this lady who was another way of strategy. I'm so strategy pimp.
Tragedy
Will
pimping.
Yeah, will be this female saying that she was working for Mr. Steve, who is Kaylee's father, and then it's not true.
Okay.
It was so that to me, for you to go and tell people just to get views and to get money, because the more views you get on YouTube, let me tell you guys, the more likes, views, comments, what else, all of that makes
Engagement.
money.
Yeah.
It might be $200, it might be $20, but it makes money. You're making money out of a lie. So this person said that she was working for Steve, and then that was actually a lie. What's the word I'm looking for? when it's not true, there's a word for that. But anyway, so they
Like
ended up
misinformation? Is that what you mean?
no, that it was debunked. That's the
Debunked.
word.
Oh, gotcha.
So that it was debunked, and then she came out trying to be like, oh yeah, well, and then she even called the owners of the video that they were paid. So do you see the narcissistic and terrible that it is that you don't admit that you made a mistake and you lie to your people. Instead you try to turn it around and say, well, and then try to turn it on the people that actually they sold you the video to try to make them look bad because they sold evidence to somebody outside of the law enforcement. Do you see where I'm coming from? So
What was the evidence even factual? I don't know the
that's the thing
situation
too,
you're
that it's
talking
not
about,
even,
so
yeah, that's another even bigger issue, that
right.
she not only say that she was working for Steve, but she also presented this and spread it. I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna say spread it because that's not a fact. I don't know if she did, and I don't want to get attacked for that. Um, you know what I mean? But I don't know if she spread it. I don't know who spread it, but she did say that she got it from the owners. I don't know
Gotcha.
if she was the one that paid them. I'm not sure, but they got, from what I heard, and I don't want to spread rumors like all these people does. All I know is the fact that she said that she got it from these people. She got those people on the phone without them knowing that they're on the phone. So that to me is tragedy pimping.
Yeah, you
They're
felt
make
like it was a moment that was being exploited. There was no facts to back it up and no other prior basis for it to even make sense. So it was definitely exploiting the family and the
absolutely,
situation is your opinion, right?
absolutely,
Okay.
and the fact that I even got consumed watching those what is it on my breaks. I was just I kept watching that 1 to 2 in the morning, that 3 to 4 in the morning, and then it just got so many people consumed on those videos that we don't even know if it's actually
Right.
accurate, if it's actually truth, if it's actually those videos. So another opinion I want to give, you know, that first debunk video or voice that they said is not real.
Yes, the
I
one
have a
that
hard
Joseph
feeling that
Morris.
it's real.
No, it was actually, are you talking about the one that Joseph Morris put out and that that like Icamel debunked and a couple other bigger channels debunked, like the scream from that was heard on the
Yes, that you
yeah, no,
can
that was
hear.
really debunked. It was another creator on I can't remember if it was TikTok or a different platform than just YouTube, and it was her footage from a domestic violence situation, and you could tell it was her
Oh,
footage. So it was thoroughly debunked. That one was.
Yeah, but I mean, he was the guy who had what he
Mm,
claimed to be boat footage of Brian
yeah,
Laundrie.
yeah,
He is a whole shit show of his own,
it
and
was.
I don't understand why he's even given space. Uh, Once he was something that he said was debunked the first time, and then he's consistently doing it again and again. If you return to listen to what he says, and you only have yourself to blame, he's already proven himself to be a font of misinformation. Just don't give him any time and space. That's all he wants. He more than anybody is a tragedy pimp. He has no concern or
oh,
care for any situation in a crime or the family. He's purely uh, will take any information, hype up any scrap of film. Uh, I
Yeah.
just can't with him
To
at all.
twist it into something, it's insane. I didn't realize how deep that dude went, but I did know about uh, the boat footage from Brian Laundrie being faked, and then when this came out and big channels debunked it, it was quite obvious then.
yeah, because me having, when you have kids and you're listening to that, and I say, how can YouTube let this happen? Like, but anyways,
Mhm.
I believe, how you said that the driver, and then to me that pilot and co-pilot. The pilot here is the YouTube. The co-pilots here are the media. And
Right.
the ones that are like behind them, are all of the people channels that are going just through rumors, or how do you say when you think, and they even say, well, you guys, just to let you know, this is allegedly, allegedly, allegedly.
Like
So
theorizing.
theorizing,
Yes.
and we all do, because I
Right.
have like thousands of theories, and I'm telling you that I came up with one, and that will probably make a lot of sense, the reason why there's no blood and all kinds of stuff. But we all gotta come up with something, yes, because we still have a lot of questions, just like the Watts case. The Watts case, I'm still asking myself questions, because I don't believe that he did it alone. So, but yeah,
You
he's
don't
still in
believe
jail.
Chris Watts did it, even though
I
he's
think
been found guilty?
I think he deserves to be where he is. I think physically he didn't do it. I think he did his wife, but I don't believe he physically murdered his kids. And that reason I just don't want to believe that he's such a, like, there's monsters like that in a person, that I saw videos, him playing with the girls, him changing his girls, him feeding his
Oh.
girls, him worry about his girl hurting her head on the glass. I just didn't see it, but I do see this woman being a malicious mediator. And I wouldn't say mediator, malicious, how do you say, that might have, like, because there are people that can, I don't know, brush up your brain.
Okay, real quick. Rowena, are you there? I want to take the
I don't
screen
know.
down if it's you.
I'm here. I'm
Okay,
here.
just wanted to make sure it was you, love. So that's going into conspiracy territory, like that
Yeah,
whole thing,
see.
He pled
But
guilty.
yeah,
There was so many things like
and I don't want to, yeah, exactly.
yeah,
So I got my own theory, but I'm not gonna go and, and try to
he's
make money out of it. You know what I mean? It's like
right,
my own
right.
theory, and I do believe though that he deserves to be where he is,
Oh shoot, we
and
got Tracy down in the chat
totally deserve
rebuking.
where he is. Because regardless if the woman that he was with did it or not,
Oh,
dude, you don't put your babies in freaking tubes of oil.
well,
You didn't
here's
do that.
you said something earlier that I picked up on. I do believe that Chris Watts did it. He confessed. He's found guilty. But something that you said earlier I picked up on was that you don't want to believe that someone that you had seen previously in these great pictures, being such a loving father could do something so horrendous. And it's just a fact that sometimes good people do horrible things. So he could have been a very, great father at one point in his life. That doesn't make him not guilty of the fact that he
Yeah.
did the crime and
Oh
murdered these
no, I know
3
he's
people.
guilty, because I even haven't, you know, when he said, I hear the word no daddy, girl, it came through my mind. I believe that he might have, trigger warning, he might have put those babies
Mhm.
alive in that thing. And that's why he hears a voice, no daddy, or daddy no, because at the moment that she was falling down, there, right there, that's when I believe this MF. I hope they reopen the case, not to get his ass out, but to get him into death penalty. Because when he said, I remember my daughter saying, no, daddy, how? That's something when you drop someone, and then this, like, no, daddy. It,
Okay.
it, it,
Can
it
we
was that moment that I felt like this guy. But, anyways, I don't, that case got me all over the place. That case, I don't ever want to talk about it or remember. But going back to the hungry people, or the pimping,
the
uh,
tragedy of the thing. Yes. And
let's
that's
go
what I
back to
said.
that.
We could steer this back to tragedy pimping, like the whole Chris Watts case and the Watts Island, this whole community formed on YouTube and other social media platforms stemming from a case. even after he readily admitted to the crime and was arrested and charged and continues on to this day, I hear. So we can relate it to tragedy pimping in that manner if you choose to. But I think
Yeah,
going
And he
to
is making
y'all,
tragedy pimping. I'm sorry, my accent, because he's getting money in jail from females.
Oh, you think
yeah,
he's tragedy pimping?
Oh yeah, this man is like getting money from her people that are like their number one fans and crazy women that are attracted to criminals.
but that felt to me, hey, y'all
Mhm.
needed a different accent up here.
I know. I'm gonna mute you while you're doing your background stuff for just a second.
Sorry, I'm trying to get ready to go to work.
You're fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rowena.
Hey, yeah, y'all just need a different accent up here.
I know. I
Um,
love it.
um, to me, I don't blanket people that I disagree with as far as the tragedy pimping. And I really don't like that term. But it's the channels, and I look at them individually. If they are manipulating their subs, if they're lying, and if they're exploiting a victim's family, a victim's community,
Mhm.
I'm all for make coin. Dates. I mean, you're giving up your hours of your time on a Friday. I don't have any. I don't have any problem with that. The problem that I have is that when you are a channel that is Summer's channel, or
Right.
you have based your whole channel off one missing child, but then and I'm not talking about just one channel, there's several, but you go on, you talk about how expensive your StreamYard is, and how you're out all this money, and it's a dry egg. And come on now. Or hey, I'm going to help somebody and I'm going to pay their utilities, and then the next day, after you've raised the money, you discover, hey, I have my own utility bill, all in the name of a missing child.
Mhm.
That's what I have a problem with. And the whole thing that happened with Prayer Garden was absolutely disgusting, and I think that the whole thing that Justin did afterwards was just as disgusting. To go on and fire up a lie for 30 minutes to what, get sympathy, cash apps. Stop it. Stop it. And you talked about, like, who's more to blame, the creators or the subs. And really, the creators start a channel, but I hold, for me, this is just me, not dates, not anybody, but for me, I hold that the subs are more responsible. If there was no subs sitting there watching the shit show, there would be no show. They would dry up and go away. But people don't rely on clip channels. I didn't go in prayer gardens and listen to that vile mess. You know what I did? I supported a review channel and I supported a couple clip channels. That's it. I don't have to sub up. And until the subs stop, it's
Mhm.
just going to keep going. So, and the people that sit
So
here
you're of the
on one,
opinion that the subs drive the bus on the manor.
oh, very much so. If there
Mhm.
was nobody there, they would either change or they would go away. I mean, if there's nobody watching, if there's no donos and super chats and cash apps, and I don't care what anybody says, well, I don't have my cash apps posted. Girl, please. Look, everybody knows everybody's cash app. Okay?
Yes.
Right.
Y'all never seen my cash app, girl. Don't lie. And so that's what I'm talking about, the lies, the manipulation, the exploitation, and the subs. Yes, look, my motto is, if you're going to put your shit out in the street, I'm going to watch it. But am I going to watch it standing up over you? No, 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 no. I'm not. I'm going to watch it from across the street on a clip channel, because I'm
Right.
not going to support you. And until people start doing that, and it's like I see subs that are like in one channel and they're like outraged over this, but they're in that channel supporting it. And I'm like, we're the fake outrage. I mean, if you
I just wish people like, and if you support whoever you want to support, that's groovy cool. I don't have a difference of opinion. Like if you send Prayer Garden $1,000 a month, I don't care. It ain't none
Mhm.
of my business. I don't care if you're over there. But I think it's weird that when you see other people and other chats, in different creators' chats, and there's some creators that sit there and say, I'm purely facts, I'm purely facts, I'm purely facts. And I went in there and I almost threw up because, yeah, you might have been facts, but you're not no more. You just letting it run. And it's nasty. It's horrible. But if the subs would stop, this would stop.
So
But subs
you're
don't.
talking about not just subscribers, you're saying there's that you're seeing creators that have stood on I'm purely facts going in and supporting these creators that are allowing stuff like what
No,
program
no,
allows.
they're not supporting the creators that are doing this stuff. It's
Uh-huh.
just they're kind of taking a little like a 35-degree left hand turn that I can see where if I just let my chat run crazy with conspiracies, then yeah, I'm just gonna let
Right,
not supporting, but just changing the way that that they and it's somebody that nobody really knows, I don't think, but but yeah, I was kind of surprised to see, and that was months ago, and but yeah, that's where you know it kind of goes back into what you talked about last week. Is it a grift? Is it a scam? Is it an e-bag? Is it,
mhm.
and it all falls back to, for me, it falls back to manipulation and exploitation. And so, yeah, but if
Right,
people
you
would,
think that some of the things that the creators are doing on their platform is exploiting the situation by
oh, very
continually
much
holding it
so,
over and over. I gotcha.
very much so. I mean, look at the examples we have. I mean, come on. I don't
Mhm.
have enough toes and fingers for each channel to be able to give examples. And y'all
Right.
know I
It
have
is
14
crazy
toes.
that some of the channels that are still out there running and
Yeah.
running about the
And
same
what
thing or making
and
it
what
something else.
and what they put on these victims, that you have no basis in that. You don't know who has been abused, or you don't know if they're missing, if they're gone. I mean, yes, we all have our opinions, but when you put stuff out there, when you call people, drug addicts, well, you don't know that. You just stop it. Just stop it.
Right. It's hard to know. I mean, it's hard because it's not just true crime cases that I'm
Mm-mm,
seeing it in. It's a lot of
mm-mm,
other cases, just people just
mm-hmm.
coming with their opinion, but they're stating their opinion as a fact instead
Right,
of taking the time to get the proof to back it up. I get what you're saying.
right. And, I do hold the creators responsible for, to a certain extent, what happens in their chat. If you got a, more, then just block the person, drop the person off StreamYard. But it turned into days of content. And I'm not talking about just for Prayer Garden. I'm talking about for Daisy, and then she had Candace up there. I mean, it was just all disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting and gross. And it was all done for content. Prayer Garden had 1,000 people in there. You know, and look, there's certain people. Yeah, I'm a hate watcher sometimes. I can't watch a whole stream, but yeah, if I want to see what somebody's doing, but I don't sub up. I know their name.
Right.
If I'm gonna hate watch you, trust and believe, I know your name, and I'm gonna go. And if no clip channels are doing anything, or if I see something on a clip channel and I want a little bit more context, like how did all this happen or whatever, then yeah, I'll go in and I'll watch for a little bit, but I don't have to sub up.
Right.
Um, and yeah, I don't watch the whole thing. That's not 100% engagement, and I just quietly dip out. But I really do wish people would just, instead of, seeing something and being like, oh God, just wait, just, we don't need that instant gratification either. If you know something's going on another channel, just give these other good channels a few minutes to a couple hours to put out something to let you know what's going on. you know,
I
and
wonder if it's the sorry to interrupt you, Rowena. I
no,
wonder
you're
if it's
fine.
the format or the style because I see with a lot of channels that go towards exploiting and grifting and all of the tragedy pimping, all the negative connotations that we put on it are also ones that have very heavy engagement. Like Under Light City of Dreams says here, there are people that want to feel like they belong somewhere or
Hmm.
with someone, and over time they've compromised their morals and integrity for the sake of, I think they meant sake of a digital friend. And so I wonder if it's because you do get, it's no secret that I landed here on Ziggy's channel, and Pearl's very familiar with that.
I was just
And
about to agree with you and say there is
right,
the element that
you
you will
tend to stick
turn up to a
around.
chat that
Yeah.
even though you've lost faith in
Mhm.
the validity of the person who runs the channel, you know that's where all your friends are going to be. And
Right.
there's
Right,
also
and
an
you like
element of
the
rubbernecking in
yeah.
that people are there to see the car crash, just the
Hmm.
Mhm.
same way that people on one level do not want to see a car accident on the highway, motorway, whatever you want to call it. And then in another aspect, when they actually pass one, they still look.
Hmm.
And there's something fundamental in us that
Yeah,
cannot look away from the shit show. Uh, I am not. I want to be very careful about the idea of condemning anybody who goes and looks and listens. I firmly believe that you should go anywhere you want to go and listen to whatever you want to listen to,
right, right.
but be careful what you decide to co-sign, what you decide to take with you and spread elsewhere, and what you decide to pay for. Uh, your money is yours to do with as you please,
Hmm.
but I do think that there are some people who are easily manipulated and want to feel like they're helping someone that they begin to care for. It's sort of parasocial relationship. But
Hmm.
yeah, I used to go to Ziggy's because I
Yeah,
knew that's where the people that I wanted to chat would be. And it's sort of like true crime coffee shop. And looking back on that now, there I should have bailed far earlier.
right,
It
you think
took
about all the
somebody
time
that
you
I
waste.
love being hurt for
Mhm.
me to walk away from it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I didn't mean people don't need to go like where, but just don't sub
Oh
up.
no, I knew
You
what you
know,
meant there.
yeah, just don't give them that number to get them higher. You know, because every time the more subs you have, the higher you get on the platform, the more benefits that you do reap. So that was the only, I don't care where anybody goes. Like I said, I mean, I like watch, but I just don't sub up to that channel. I'll go in, and Lord knows I have gone in and made a complete fool of myself in one certain instance and rolled in hot, and that was not good. But,
Well, sometimes people need to be told. I wouldn't worry about it. I've seen far worse things. I've seen far, far, far worse things on the
and
internet.
I think it's so funny because I used to, I've been blocked by Sixa, Pearl, every jerk had blocked me at one time or another on Ziggy's because I would go in there and just yeah. So yeah, I've been blocked. I've been blocked from friends and people that I do respect a lot. But it's just when you see it, you can't unsee it. And I've been tricked, Deets. I've been tricked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
twice,
I think
and
we all have. I think we
yeah,
all have.
Oh
and
yeah.
and you want to believe the best, but once you listen to that little voice inside you, I didn't listen for months, and I felt things, and I didn't listen, and I felt things, and I should have, and you don't have to announce your departure. You don't have to fire up a live. That just gives them more power and content and
Yeah.
all this crap. You just leave quietly, and that's it. And but just that's my whole thing is the whole tragedy pimp thing. I like to call it more a tragedy exploiters. Exploiting subs, the stories, the victims, the families, the communities, the everything, even the other creators and the other subs. I mean, look at one creator, the godmother of a certain missing child, that has completely tried to destroy other creators that have done nothing wrong but just disagreed.
Right.
So when you see something, y- look with your eyes, and then if you feel something, but yeah, everybody likes to watch shit show. I go in there and watch, yeah, I gotta catch up on some of my past.
I think we'd be lying if we said,
No,
we didn't enjoy watching a shit show from time to time, but I'm just kinda of the like, I like to watch it like you do on a clip channel or someone reviewing
yeah,
it more so than on their own channel anymore, but it's still kinda feeds it though,
yeah,
doesn't it?
it does, it does,
Mhm.
I think you make a very good point about the subbing up. Even if you have to sub to make a comment, you don't have to stay subbed.
right.
So you can use your power in that way. You can sub up, make your comment, and then unsub.
That's what I did. I
Don't
just sub
allow
up.
them to sort of control it that way. I mean, I do think there's a very valid reason why people do have the subs on, especially if you've got a big troll situation. It makes it easier to sort of slow things
Right,
down a bit. Uh,
right.
but I have subbed to things, made a comment, and then unsubbed. I don't have any problem with it. Somebody's
Yeah.
made a point that is slightly off topic in the chat, but it was something that has bothered me for a long time. And if you can just take a moment of your time, somebody's saying that they went into a channel and they were modded, and now they don't go into that channel or don't go into
Mhm.
that channel under that name because they don't like the situation of being modded. YouTube needs to do something about this. You should have the right to refuse a wrench. Uh,
Mhm.
I know I'm not talking about the whole thing about when people say, "Take my wrench," in a moment of huge drama. But the initial thing, at the point where they give you the wrench, it just happens, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You should be able to just click no.
Mhm.
It seems an unbalanced situation there that YouTube do this. Uh, yeah, sorry,
I
that's just something that's really
No,
bugged me.
I was reading T's comment here. So many true crime people that play "Do as I say, not as I do." They say it's bad for tragedy pimps to eBay, troll, bash, but that's all they do is they play Betty over and over. That's kind of the point of the discussion here today. Her statement that we played earlier is, it led to this conversation of what do you view as tragedy pimping? Because her explanation of it, she tried to flip back on someone else, and I don't think it was appropriate at that time. I don't think Emmy was eBay or yeah, I know she wasn't eBaying, but I don't think she was exploiting that family either. She allowed them a platform. So it just got me
Mhm.
to thinking, what do others view as tragedy pimping? And so we could have this conversation because so many here do view it differently.
Mhm.
I find it very interesting because we all, and that probably stems from our own hurts and hangups and what we have been through, what we've witnessed, whether it be on social media or in our own lives, that lead us to the conclusion that something is, exploitation or whatnot. And it's different for each person. I just
Mhm.
find it interesting. Oh, yeah, pimp. The word pimp kind of gives them too much control and power. I like bad actors. I say bad actors because there can be someone who is a good person and have a moment where their character makes them a bad actor in that situation. And you can do it on the flip too, where there is, someone who is continually a bad actor and they do something good once in a while. Like it can
Mhm.
happen both ways.
I worry sometimes though about the mindset that develops in these creators, and I'm saying this deadly seriously, sort of an emotional disconnect that happens because just like Zavgirl almost sort of seemed to forget that this was a real life human little boy, that
Mhm.
it was just like a case and photographs and details, um, as if he was like a sim, he's like not really a person anymore. He's just a thing that took place in a crime. And that really concerned me. And then going back to Prayer Garden, there was a point where Justin said, in exasperation or whatever his emotional thing was going on with this troll, and he said, "We're out here every day searching for this little girl." And I sat here and thought, No, you're not. You're not
Mhm.
though, are you?
Right.
Mm-mm.
You're saying this with such confidence and do you really believe that? Do you believe that you're out here searching every day for this little girl? I find it really
I do.
concerning. So, like, is there a moment when a disconnect happens and your own perception of self or your own perception of other people is lost somewhere in the drama and the emotion around a case.
Mhm.
That the case has become a thing of its own, and you've disconnected from it as a person yourself and from the people who are actually suffering in this situation. Really strange. I sat there and thought, you don't really believe that, do you? Very
Yeah.
strange.
Some
It,
do though. They really
Hi, ladies. So I'm about to
I'm
head
gonna.
out, but I have a question in
uh-huh.
regards of Koberger.
Yes.
Can I say one
And
thing real quick? I'm gonna hop down.
I've been dying to ask people about this because no one, no channel, no one, not even Lana has actually bring this up. People are saying, how come the roommates did not call the police? Yes, totally. Why didn't they? However, if it's a fact that the students got Snapchats and messages and they knew about this ahead of time in the morning, if it's a fact that his name Hunter, Ethan's friend Hunter found out about this and went to the house, why is it that none of the students that actually got the Snapchat or the messages that was all over, why didn't they bother to call 911 or even the non-emergency number and ask, hey, I just found out about this. Can you guys tell me what's going on for the house? Or I have a friend of mine there and I'm concerned. Um, they would have gone right away to the house as soon as early in the morning. And they didn't have to wait until any of the roommates called 911. That to me, it's very fishy. Like if they
Well,
knew about this.
we don't know any of the things that you just claimed to be fact. There's
Oh,
no absolute proof out there at all, or anything that states any of that was fact. So I
okay.
don't know why the huge time gap in the 911 call, but I have a
Yeah.
feeling it'll come out in court as to what that gap was about. But if I was to just theorize, it would just be drunk kids sleeping in. And so,
No,
but
no,
we
no.
don't
But I'm
keep
talking
track
about,
of the Snapchats or any of
yeah.
those things
Oh,
at
there
all.
isn't.
So,
Okay, so there you go. So those are like a bunch of rumors that a bunch of
yeah,
channels are
a
just bringing
lot of
out.
rumors, a lot of misinformation out there on the Idaho 4 case.
Ah,
It
I
is
Yeah,
a
and
know.
we
nightmare.
don't really know what the situation there is. It is a load of speculation.
Mhm.
What I would
Yeah.
say is, as somebody who has complex PTSD, trauma is a weird thing. I won't be surprised if some sort of trauma information comes out when
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
finally goes to court. But also, from my own point of view, I speculated a lot about Gannon
Yeah.
Staunch's father. Not that he was involved in the crime, but the way that he reacted to his wife. And when it came to trial, all of that was turned on its head. We found out that he'd been working with the police and had been taking part in recording phone calls. And he
Yeah.
kept all of that nailed down, even amongst the speculation about him and what he tolerated from her, because he was invested in making sure that the case worked. And that taught me a lesson. Uh, don't speculate and think that you know exactly what anybody is doing in this situation,
Right.
because I really did
Yeah.
think that he was a fool. And actually, I was completely wrong. And he was working to the utmost to get justice for his son. And throughout that trial, and then when he gave his victim statement and he spoke about his son, just blew me away. All my perceptions blown away, because that's what it is. It's just your perception based on something that you've heard and something that you think that you
Yeah.
see. But we see so little of what is actually going on.
We do. We
Uh,
Yeah,
see
because
so
I was
little.
thinking if that's a fact, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. If anyone, why wouldn't anyone call? Like, I didn't believe that Lady Kim coming out on those channels. I was totally furious that I said, how can you put your daughter in danger saying that your daughter told you all of this? And everybody was actually believe. I was probably the only one that didn't believe this lady. But you had hundreds and thousands of people believing this Kim lady. And if it's a fact, why didn't your daughter do something about it? Or why didn't she call the police if she was actually there? So those things, it actually consumes your nerves, because when you have kids and you're listening to all these channels that are hungry for money, that are hungry for views and comments and likes, and they keep repeating, hit the likes, and they're actually just putting a woman that you don't know for a fact if it's true what she's saying.
Mhm.
So that is, to me,
Well, and
uh,
that has to be up to us to use discernment. We have to be able to listen. Oh, you got some really bad feedback there.
it's me. So I'm gonna let you guys go.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for having me. It's me. I have my iPhone don't
Okay.
work.
Thank you,
So
love. You have a great day.
okay, love your channel. Bye guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah, you
I
gotta be
made
really good at
assumptions.
discerning. You have to discern the information that is put in front of you continually or thrown out and dig into the case for yourself a little bit. Someone mentioned it earlier. I don't know if I put it in my starred comments that um, people just believe what a creator tells them. They instantly believe that and run with it instead of looking into some facts. And I think that that causes a lot of issues, not being willing to put in some time and do just a little bit of research. I think you can debunk a lot of things on your own if you're willing to do that.
I agree. I agree. But as you say, people don't actually want to do any work themselves. They'd like to be spoon fed, and they like a bit of speculation. It's sort of like a lot
Mhm.
of people are interested in the investigation aspect of true crime, but an awful lot of people are just zoning out in the same way as they might watch something on TV. It's it's very strange the way that it crosses over between factual true crime and speculation and drama and people meeting up in chats like it's a coffee shop. And there are so many layers to this that I don't think that there's a simple solution to it. I really don't.
I don't think there is either. It just continues to become this murky place here on YouTube where we continue to feed these things. I don't know. I'm with you, Pearl. I don't think there's a simple solution. I don't even know if there is a solution except I'm glad that there are people willing to take the time. And I do know that it takes a lot of time. All those clip channels that you're watching, that takes a lot of time to put in that work to debunk things because you have to fully understand and know the case to even debunk something on it.
Yeah,
So to take
it's
the time
hugely
to do
complex.
that.
I don't
Mhm.
think people even understand how much a clip channel, the work that goes into just putting together a 2-minute video, uh,
Right.
is disproportionate to what you see. Just the amount of time that you can take finding a particular image or finding a clip, finding music. It all takes time, and I don't have a problem with people being having financial contributions for their work. I have never made a penny off anything that I've done online. I consider it a hobby, and like most hobbies, you end up paying for the things that you use.
Mhm.
I don't think that what concerns me as well is the aspect where creators' own lives become part of the drama. When you see them sort of talking about things that they need for in their own lives, that concerns me. I worry about parasocial relationships with the people in the chat and the way that they feel beholden and they want to try and make things better. And it's just rife for exploitation. It's a different, they're pimping their own tragedy. Um, and then you've got levels on levels. This is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but there you go. Where you have a creator who passes suddenly, who is people have great affection for, and then another creator uses the live where she talks about having a headache and not feeling well, and exploits that to talk about the situation. It's just like, where does it stop? It's like now you're making, you're tragedy pimping the death of a fellow true crime creator.
That was asinine. I think I heard it on Six Ups the other day where she played and I'll just say it, where Ziggy played
Yep.
is that what you're talking about? Where she
Oh,
wanted
yes.
to,
I
um,
mean, she
ask
was obviously
if
confident she wasn't gonna get struck.
right, she
Sorry to
wanted
be
to ask
cynical about it.
Nana's Angels from the other side about Summer. That is mixing 2 tragedy or exploiting 2 tragedies at one time. It was so bizarre to hear.
Awful, and can you imagine the fact that this family, who have just lost a mother and a grandmother, have to come out and say, "Please don't, try and contact her spirit. She was, dead set against this sort of thing. Please don't even play around with it." Because this person has already said, "Perhaps she'll tell us what happened to Summer." There are not enough seats in the world for you to take a seat and sit the fuck
She
down.
needed to take
Uh,
some oof.
Look, I have personal animosity. Everybody knows that. I'm not going to pretend that I would have viewed this any differently. I just can't understand how you can do that. She hadn't even passed 24 hours. You're playing her live. You're going focusing on the bits where she talks about her head pain. You then discuss medical conditions, all sorts of ridiculous medical advice being thrown out. The only medical advice should have been, if you think you've got a headache that bad and you've had a headache for X amount of time, go and get medical help. Even if they just tell you you're being a drama queen, take some Tylenol, go and get some medical help. Don't listen to people saying, "Oh, you should take this, you should do that, somebody should," and then talking as if the subs should have done something. The subs can't make someone seek medical advice. What do you suggest they do? Find out her personal information and call the welfare check. Whole realms of doxing. You didn't have to discuss this. This was a tragedy that you made into a drama. Where is the line?
It goes back to the exploitation, I think, and I think that that's something that we can all agree on. Um, that the exploitation is a huge problem, but I think where we're stuck as a whole, as a society as a whole, is what constitutes exploitation. Because I do feel in that moment she's not only exploiting Summer, she's also exploiting Nana's Angels, and
Oh, yeah.
so and
Oh,
others might
yes.
view that as, oh, but that's what she does or something. I don't know. It's very bizarre how people interpret things differently
We've
and
really
process
given it up,
it.
though, then. If we say, well, if that's what she does, once you've reached that level, there's no bottom line. Whatever she does, well, that's just what she does.
No, that's
Uh,
true.
I have got no sympathy or affection for Fred Hill, but I'm
Mm.
truly, genuinely concerned that the way things are going, he's going to suffer more than a beatdown in prison.
I'm very concerned about that. Very concerned. And I had, a couple people under my community post saying like, oh, I can't even remember, but like, oh, this information's already been out there. Well, yes, that group had already been discussed before, but no one had tied a personal name to it or had heard, Fred showing Fred's messages about it. It puts a different thing on it where I am I mean, he's been talked about. I don't know if I believe that he was actually beat up in prison or any of those things. I don't know.
I
But that's
don't
what
I
he
don't believe
says.
anything that he says,
Right.
but I do know that the more and more that comes out, the more that he talks about even speculative things of what he's experiencing, the higher the risks get. Somebody's going to think that he's the sort of person who snitches, and it doesn't take much for violence to kick off inside. You're not talking about people who hesitate to commit to physical violence.
Mhm.
Uh, I really do worry that she is putting him in physical harm. And it seems to me that the law enforcement have tried to do what they can to shut that down. But
Right. Yeah, they've
he
already blocked her twice, and so
Yep.
you feel like you need to continue. People already know who your source is. Why not just come out and lead with something like that? I don't know. Just putting out his I gotta stop saying I don't know. It's frustrating because just putting out his messages and tying names to it, names that may or may not be involved in anything. Now people are digging into these names and these people and these individuals and tying it back to this case. It's going to put it will harm people. And I don't know how she can't see that.
I know. Uh, I just feel now that I need to sit down because I'm getting into a whole cycle now where I'm just picking on one person, and this could go
Um,
on a long time. But yeah, my sympathies really go out to Nana's Angel's family. It's awful to hear clips and know that something was going on with her that was so serious that she then passed. Um, I would say that if you are in a channel and you really do think that the person who is broadcasting is having some sort of health crisis, because I know as somebody who deals with serious illness themselves, sometimes things become too everyday and you lose perspective. There's nothing wrong with people in the chat saying you should get offline and seek medical help. Even if the person doesn't want to hear it, there's nothing wrong with saying that. But I don't blame the people in the chat who didn't. And to have somebody say that the chat should have acted and the chat should have forced it, they can only say you ought to do this. They can't force anybody to seek medical help. And some of those people would have loved Nana's Angels dearly, would have developed personal relationships online with her, and are already suffering the fact that she is gone so suddenly. You didn't have to blame them for not doing enough. Do you not think that perhaps already crossed their mind that they felt like that, even though it's beyond them to force anything, that they were listening to that and they have regrets and think, I wish we could have done X. You didn't
well,
have to go online within 24 hours, exploit her situation,
Mhm.
play her talking about her pain, and then blame the people in the chat.
How's
It
it
was just
productive?
really low.
Where's anything productive coming out of that?
Nothing productive. Um,
Um, Speculation, if identified as such, is okay if creators base it on some evidence or facts. Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier. If you're coming through and you're sharing, all the facts of the case, and then you let it be known that you're theorizing based on those facts, that's completely different than just conspiracies like we were hearing previously up here. But
yeah,
those are
I
just
think
flat out
presentation
conspiracies with no basis in fact at all.
presentation is everything. Michelle After Dark speculates a lot,
Mhm.
but she speculates based on new things that come out, and she will walk her theories back. She's not wedded to them. When you start being definitive, like Betty often is, as if you truly know what has happened, that is where it becomes hugely problematic. The idea that there can't be any speculation in true crime is farcical, because the Summer Wells community, for want of a better term, would exist with just the lines, Summer Wells was 5, went missing from the 100 block of Ben Hill Road, Tennessee, June the 15th, 2021. Thank you and good night. That's all you've got.
I mean, yeah, when you go over the facts of her case, it's less than a 5-minute video.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's nothing wrong with speculation, but it has to have some basis in fact, in information, in what actually went on during that day, in what you know for a fact about the parent's situation or the family situation. There's nothing wrong with speculating from that, but own it as speculation. Don't claim it to be definitive fact. And like I said, the whole pick your fighter scenario of Beach Creek, where everybody has got their pet person in the community that they're willing to sort of ride or die for, that's a whole new problematic thing. I'm going to stop now and step down. Deets, thank you so much. I love the
Thank
fact
you,
that
girl.
you have such an open community and panel. I find it really enjoyable to listen to. And I really
I
enjoy being in the
appreciate
chat,
everyone.
and I enjoy coming up when I get a chance to. Thank you.
Well, thank
And
you, girl.
on
appreciate
a
it.
personal note, I am so sorry that you got blowback over the whole heels in the ground thing when you are
It
just a
is okay.
forum for people to discuss. And I can't say that enough. Anything that I've said today is on me.
It's all good.
Deets doesn't know what's going to come out of anybody's mouth. She just bears the consequences. So please don't.
It's all gravy, baby. You don't have to apologize at all. I had questions myself, so I asked them, but I appreciate everything that you have contributed up here today. It means a lot to me. I really do appreciate it. I
Thank you,
love your
Deets.
opinions and the opinions of others. Even if I don't agree with them all the time, I love hearing them.
Right,
That's a
well, I'm
foreign
going to step
concept
down
around here.
and I will be in the chat. But it is time is ticking on over here in the UK, and it's time to think about making food,
Oh, I
which is
see.
always
What
the
time
best
is
part
it
of the
for
day.
you? What time is it for you over there?
It's 5:30 in the
Oh my
afternoon,
goodness.
so I'm starting to speculate on providing food for the people who will suddenly appear in a moment and go, "What are we eating?
Yes, go feed your
Why are you
troops.
still online?"
Get out there, mom. Thank you, love.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Hey, Sarah, me. Oh no, you're sick. Feel better, babe. Feel better. She didn't wait 24 hours with Jim either. Yeah, that's right. But I starred a couple messages as everyone was talking that I wanted to go back to because I don't want to interrupt people. But over here, type that I talk to a couple of families and I tell them all the good and bad players so that they know and are prepared. And I really do think that that's a worthy cause. I mean, I don't know if you have a channel or anything, but the creators that do cover some of the bad behaviors, I think it's important because you have these tragedies happening. So many different tragedies, not just missing people, but so many different tragedies. And their families turn to social media for help and they get wrangled into drama or they get wrangled into connecting with a bad creator or a bad actor and they don't even know it. And so then they've wasted precious time with that bad actor that they could have, hooked up with a bigger channel that doesn't exploit them or was genuinely interested in helping them out. And so I think that that is a valuable thing to do. Johnson said, if anything, I feel like it's possible holding these bad actors as accountable as we can here on the internet has taught them that the Quentin Simon shenanigans won't be tolerated. And I agree with that completely. Elizabeth had asked, does simp stand for simple? Like it was something she was thinking about in the shower the other day. Like I've been thinking about that simp word too a lot, actually. Uh, An evil queen nails it again. If you call yourself true crime, there should be a level of respect and an honesty of information. I think that that's because while some of us might, a live that I was thinking about, maybe I'll do it at another time, is what is this community? Like, who all is in this community? And I think we all have different opinions of who is in this community or quote unquote quote community because you think of the channels that you watch as being a part of your community, and they might not be at all. But I think that some of the solid true crime creators that I watch, that's what they do. It's respect and honesty with the information that they're putting out there, and we don't see that on some of these YouTube streets. I agree. I don't get mad at everything JLR does. I don't get mad at anything he does, but I don't disapprove of it. He's just out there going and showing a road or something, whatever, so be it. Um, it's when the things go into conspiracy territory and people are attacked or people are contacted and things like that happen where it becomes a problem. I've seen him with Carly's case, what he did with Carly's case with the 80 videos in less than 5 days. It just became asinine. And then he was talking when Jonesman was up here speaking. He said, "Who made this lady the rule maker?" None of us are rule makers. None of us are rule makers. None of us are the morality police. None of us are telling anyone what they should or shouldn't do. We're just having an adult conversation and gathering information and opinions. And I agree with Georgia here. She says her ass gets chapped when people act like they're something they're not, such as acting like law enforcement, a journalist, or a lawyer. I agree with that. I absolutely agree. There are some that go way too far with what they claim is their knowledge of something. The whole Nana's Angel situation is so sad. I also don't like when BHB says I have information that I can't share. To me, it says I'm lying to others that believe she is legit. Yeah, I've seen a couple creators do that. Yeah, we love Pearl. She's adorable. Yeah, I got that clip. I actually woke up the past couple days to a bunch of different clips of people speaking on me. But one was that I'm a female misogynist or a misandrist, if you will, which is simply not true. So I just laughed at it. Another one was discussing my old Scream name, which I've never hidden, but that was bizarre too. Right, rock a bit, it was. No, lying is not, bad acting is not against terms of service. I agree, Leo. Um, are we calling them all out though? Are we calling out all the bad actors? Are we even partaking sometimes? Just things I think about. I'm not putting that on anyone. When I speak in a general term like that, I'm not putting it on anyone. I don't even have anyone in my mind. It's a general conversation starter of like, you know, just things that I think about. Flesh eating that? What? No, those are not. No, those are not. Isn't it also the oath of being a reporter that it should be fact? I don't know if there is an oath of being a reporter or not. No, YouTube creators are not considered media. We're just considered like if you use the term in like if media were to use the term, they'd probably just call us content creators. A bunch of uneducated people. Can we get a map? Right. I just want to know what, yeah. I will have to do that in a separate live where are I need to know the boundaries of this town. There are so many good resources out here with good people, and sometimes these victims need to connect with them. How will they know who is good and bad if we don't lead the way? But we have to lead the way of who is good and who is bad without bias, right? He did great coverage, did he? Thank you, Six Up. I enjoyed your stream last night. It was really well, the first one you did. I did not get to watch the second one yet. I resent the chaos created by misinformation from both creators as well as chatters. That's happening. It does happen. Ryan Upchurch is being sued off of YouTube, but YouTube doesn't seem to care what he said on his platform. Because we're kind of like, so he doesn't work for YouTube. He's like a contractor, you know? So he's not an employee of YouTube. Does that make sense? He's like self-employed and he puts his work here on this platform. But I think they are becoming more, they do care about more and more things. So I think that they are going to tighten up stuff. It just might take quite some time for it to happen. They do care about, well, they care about copyright material. They say they care about bullying, but I've seen it in some instances, but not all. Call out the ones that go real life with these victims and families for their own personal gains. Yeah. Yeah, I found myself on YouTube and my screen name was not always Deets on the Streets. So for over a year, I went by the name Mama Steph. I've said that before. I don't know why someone's acting like that's a private thing or something I'm hiding. Absolutely not. You can look it up. It'll be a picture of me and my husband, and I'm not hiding behind my avatar. I've shown my face many times to the individual that was calling that out about me. It's just situations like that. You just have to laugh. Imagine being the one to contact Gannon's mama to let her know her baby's photos were being shared by a YouTube creator. Contacting her with that broke my heart. Oh, you told her that. See, I don't know if I would have told her that information. They were all pictures that were already here on YouTube that are still on YouTube. I don't know if I would have stressed her out with that. Oof. I used to be on with you at Scarlet. I don't know what that means. Some people I thought were good are starting to exhibit the same behaviors as those they once called out. That shocked me a lot recently. Content creators are subcontractors. That's a great word for it right there. I wonder if things started to change after the law. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I guess I didn't get this done much portion of it. It's a great idea to make a channel and use your talents, but these aren't talents. They are just using others' tragedies as their content. Okay, I get what you're saying, Leo, but my question is, are all channels that cover a tragedy or cover true crime, are they just using that tragedy? And if so, wouldn't they also be considered um a tragedy pimp or a bad actor? Like I've put out videos on missing cases that just state the facts or on true crime cases that just state the facts. And so am I a tragedy pimp for doing that? Are huge, Bailey Sarian and Stephanie Harlow and Hidden True Crime. Are they tragedy pimps if they stick to facts and stuff? Or if they allow family members and friends on to do interviews and stuff with? That's my question is, what do you view as it? What are creators called who throw misinformation and then their mods throw a name out there and just run with it? Probably a bad actor. A creator's called who throws misinformation. If it's not, is it about a tragedy or social media should be used as a tool to help spread information about cases. Law enforcement and investigators should do the investigating. Right. We got to remember that here. I feel like a lot of us are forgetting that we are not investigators. We're not law enforcement. I maybe that's what it is. Like I didn't do anything under that name, so like I don't care that you know that my whole screen name was Melissa. You think all the pimps started for the Kylie Rodney case? All of them see how Zav did, and they start chasing clowns. Well, no, there was a lot happening before that. I mean, you take it all the way back to Chris Watson, probably farther back than that too. I'm about to start a YouTube channel with my BFF because we always wanted to start a podcast, but it will be about a whole array of topics. Good luck to you, AMAC. Good luck. That's why I put growing pains in the title because it's like I keep changing daily. I'm like, what do I want to do? What do I want to create content on? Do I want to, I'm digging into these two cases and I know I'm going to bring one to you guys for sure. And it's like, do I want to present it with slides or do I just want to come on and do a discussion forum or just a video? And and then I end up doing nothing. I think everyone should make their coin. It's the exploitation, lies, and misinformation that labels them a tragedy exploiter for you. That makes sense. What do you call it when 3 creators ask subs to help pay to get a whole court file? I call that creators asking their viewers if they want to contribute to something. I mean, to me, I don't call it anything negative. If a person's being honest about what they're asking for money for, then they're being honest and direct. And in a court file, it's obvious that they're going to show that court file also. So then you'll know exactly what your money went towards. It's the ones who milk a case, spread lies and speculation, bias opinions, they are the pimps, not those posting the facts and giving families a platform to speak. I agree with that perfectly. That's beautiful. I think good actors can have some bad acts, and yep, I agree, Mike. I said that earlier. His mama's response, "Thank you for telling me. I'm so glad you did. She needed to ensure her daughter didn't find it on her phone." Well, then you need to let her know about the like 5 different news channels that have those out there as well. I mean, there's a lot of them out there. Mm, no, I did not debate in school. I don't think I'm actually good at debating. There's proof or facts, then comes speculation, and portraying speculation as facts crosses the line. Stand with the victims and the families. I personally reached out if to the family of a case that went very high profile on YouTube. I told them to not talk to anyone on YouTube, and thank God they didn't. You don't think there was anyone on YouTube that could have helped them, that could have offered them? What makes YouTube so different than other social media platforms? That's something a couple of friends and I were kicking around the other day. Like, what makes YouTube so different than Twitter and Facebook and all these other social media platforms? For me personally, I think it's the money that adds something to it, but I don't know why. I'm trying to put my finger on that. We will lean more towards comedy, I think. Yeah, well, good. I hope so. Maybe it's all tragedy pimping. I mean, Nick Mac simply posts pictures of missing children with facts about the child and last whereabouts. No sensationalizing or exploiting. They do. They do. Yeah, but I don't even know what I want to do. That's the problem, Ladybug Legs. There's simply no way to draw the line between true crime and tragedy pimping. You're hung up on that terms of service. No one's trying to tell anyone to stop. We're just trying to define it, to understand it. You can't make anyone do anything. I want to know the real term for what people do making up things about creators or even mods. They know it was fake to get subs riled up. Is it targeted? I don't know what it is. What is it when a troll comes in under a troll account, even though the creator knows their true identity and tries to stir up something? What's the name that we can put on that? I'm curious. If I had a tragedy and didn't know, I could imagine walking into, right? It's harassment and spreading misinformation, prolonging the continued rumors against the families and LE directions. Maybe a creator who is a good actor could reach more people with the info Nick Mac provides to their subs. Right, but unfortunately, unless you're one of the goods that are really great at storytelling, and I'm not saying that describing a tragedy is storytelling, but these huge creators that have, million subs plus in the true crime genre, it's because they're really good at telling that story of that tragedy. And it's what attracts people to keep listening to them, and it's what built their platform. And then you have a lot of really amazing smaller channels that just give you the facts, like Arctic Fox True Crime and Burden of Proof. They're just giving you the facts, and they're not growing on that level. And I don't know why. I don't understand it. But then you'll have, Prayer Garden over there or Ziggy over there where they're putting so much misinformation and speculation and then just flat out drama with the trolls and the people behind the scenes and stuff. And they continue to grow. I don't understand why some are attracted to this and not, the actual facts, unless it's that we don't want to, that's not all we want. People that bash others and lie in the name of a missing child is part of a tragedy film. It's a whole different community with different players, so you have to navigate who is who differently. That's true. I think it's part of it over here is the money as well as the anonymity, maybe. Yeah, they've never been on these streets. That's true. That's true. I think it's an excellent place to get out info about missing kids and people. Not enough mainstream reporters do it. They aren't therapists or investigators. They want them on their channel to get the latest scoop and the views. Leave families of tragedies alone all across the board. That's just called trolling, Eliza says. Y'all, it's just trolling. No name to put on it, right? Just trolling. See, a lot of people have mentioned truth and transparency. I just haven't had taken the time to listen to her. Oh, Jenny, you're going deep. Bias is inherent, in my opinion. Even claiming you have no agenda is itself an agenda. Mind blown. Usually, those creators are covering older cases or cases that have a lot of facts that are known already. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes, half sour, and sometimes no. Or you have channels like Mel. He's a great channel. I wouldn't consider him true crime, more so as like it's almost like a newspaper type channel. I don't know what label to give it, where you're going to get a lot of different things, but he's talking about, it has the true crime element to it, but he's just, bringing you up to date, modern. I can't even think of what to call it, but it's like a different type. And those grow even really huge. And, some that are just sharing out just the facts of things don't. It's weird. Yeah. Right. I've said that with Summer's case. The facts around her case are horrible enough. We don't need to add to them. The same thing with Quentin Simon's case. We didn't need to, the drama didn't need to be added because it was already tragic enough. It's all tragic. That can play lawyer. When a creator does more harm than good, they are a bad actor. Organic growth with good subs is sometimes better. I can agree with that. Well, I don't even think it's new cases, because like Summer's cases, I guess you could put that in a new case territory, but just there's also cases that don't have a lot of information. People can add in their own information. They add in their own speculation. Oh, while there's still about 300 of you in here, let me ask you all. This might be stirring up a hornet's nest. What do you think of these tragedy pimp playing cards? I've seen some talk about those around the streets. Curious what you all think of tragedy pimp playing cards. Some just do it to come on their channels and say, I'm friends with the family. I speak to them. It's always spoken about, and that's their motive. Same reason soap operas were so popular prior to social media. That's fair. People forget that these are real Queen Evil, or Evil Queen, I agree. They're real victims. It's not a soap opera. It's not a game. It's their life. If you couldn't hear that in the interview that Emmy did last night, if you couldn't hear the pain in their voices, maybe it isn't presented in the manner in which you know about or care about, but I could hear the pain in their voice. I like his car crashes too. And Burden, I normally watch him over on Burden's now that she's been doing them as well. A columnist. Okay. That's what I can see that. I can see that. And he adds so much fun and flair to it, but he's also empathetic at the same time. He's got a great style. Yep, Burden does as well. Only cover cases that get media attention. Hmm. What does you guys haven't seen the tragedy pimp playing card trading card? I said playing, I meant trading. Thank you. Eliza likes them. Scorpio Sting thinks they're money makers. She's not monetized, I don't believe. I think they are funny, but I can also see how those on them would think they are hurtful. They're just pictures, a bit like BHB's Press Pass. I don't have an issue with them. The power to cancel tragedy pimps are the subscribers. I think the cards are genius, Rowena says. It calls out people in a funny way, just using their own things they've put out in an art comedic form. What? The Iraq War had trading cards? That's crazy. I'm learning that, Hakob, for myself. You do. They're just pictures like when everyone got a press pass. I think they are funny. She likes them? I wouldn't think she did. She's on one. It's like I don't understand people liking Howard Stern and wannabes. I don't find making fun and taking advantage of people with handicaps, but some people enjoy it, so who am I to judge? Most of the cases I've been involved in over the last decade, no channel has ever mentioned on. Really? Well, now I want to know what cases you've been involved in, Leo. Now I'm curious. In my opinion, don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. I can see why they can be hurtful. I'm not for it. I love the cards, Hippiporium says. They were done in the necessity of comedy. I'm appalled that people would maybe take the item and not credit the artist least. Someone took them? Speaking of the drama, well, we talk on drama here. This is a drama channel. Initially had hopes for Bird. What? That's a shame because Burden is lovely. She's freaking lovely. I mispronounce a lot of people's names too, so sorry. I do. Oh, I personally don't like the playing cards unless every creator in the community is getting one. You think everybody deserves a tragedy pimp playing card? Okay, I didn't think she was monetized. So Dom and his crew were on. Now I'm gonna be looking that up after this stream. For real. I had no clue about that. Everyone needs a good laugh sometimes. I'd like to see more people have one. We need someone to make to bunker trading cards to offset the Yankees. I don't know. I don't know. BMB, you showed up way late. Right, Burden, I got you. To be fair, we don't know if she's made money on them or not on them. Just because she isn't getting AdSense revenue doesn't mean she did. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. Oh my gosh. Maybe channel playing cards with funny descriptions would be fun too for all channels. I mean, it's her creative outlet, right? Tell me people would not try to buy them. It was made for comedy, not money. All Lise wants is to get the credit she's making for them. She's got a lot more to go. Thank you. Remember to be cool. Don't be uncool. I didn't realize there was so many that disagreed with them. Yeah, I didn't think she was selling them. Hmm. Hang on 1 second, y'all. Let's see here. Let me see if I can pull them up and show you those of you who haven't seen them. I got a message about some of the backlash. I didn't realize it went that deep. Ooh. Let's see here. Oh, did she take them down? I don't see them. Am I looking in the wrong spot? What's happening here? I know, I was gonna try to show them to you, but I don't see them. Yeah, they're memes. I'm not finding them. Oh, okay. Here we go. She's gonna copyright them? Interesting. The Tragedy Ho cards by BK are better, and he made tragedy cards too? Y'all, I'm telling you, I've been out of the loop on these streets. I don't see the issue with someone tipping her to make the cards. It's not like she's outright selling them or any, right? Laura was pissed about hers. Made Cabbage Pail Kids. Someone used to do Cabbage Pail Kids on their thumbnails. I gotcha, hon. I gotcha. Lisa's an artist. She will create what she's inspired to create. If she finds buyers for them and sells them, I feel more power to her. Someone used to do that. It's her way of calling out bad actors, in my opinion. It's no different than what we're doing. It's just a different form of expression. I get why, well, now I gotta go see, did she do a stream on it? I get why Laura's pissed. It mixes her channel and her business, so I get that. They're no different than the other memes she has created, in my opinion. I want my own trading cards. I'm going to pay her for her to do me one. Wait, did I miss Bieber? I didn't see a comment from Bieber. Hey, Bieber. Oh, there she is. I did see that. Let me pull that up for you guys. This is insane. But did you see like the extended version of it, Bieber? Where like what was happening beforehand? I hope I liked it. I saw it on Twitter. Whose did I see it on? I like on Instagram, if you like a picture, you can go back and see your likes. I wish other channels or other platforms did that. This was crazy, y'all. Okay, there's this one, but I want there was one channel that showed like the protesters arguing with people beforehand. That's what I wanted to show first. Because I felt like when you just see that one clip, you're missing a huge part of what happened. All I'm seeing is that really popular clip. I want to find the other one real quick. Man, there's so many different angles of it too. Holy cow. Oh, here we go. What's this? Full video. This probably. Okay, here we go. I'll show you guys this real quick. This was crazy.
You have a lot of people you're fucking up on the road. You guys are doing bullshit.
Are you a burner?
This is how we try to wake up the community. Like, you guys are fucking up the highway.
You don't feel like you're
No. You don't seem like you're an efficient passenger. You're blocking the way. This is how we not do it. I don't do it. You know that.
Baby, lock in and shut up, please. Lock in.
Doing this, man. Every change in society came from civil disobedience. All of them.
Of course it does, man.
Who's a patrol off duty? No, just here. Is there a highway patrol? We're waiting for cops. What's going on?
So it starts out that these climate protesters block the road, right? They've blocked the road with this trailer and all these signs for the people traveling to the Burning Man experience. After a while, and traffic is blocked up for miles and miles at this point, a bunch of citizens come up and they're trying to get these protesters to move off of the road. And so that's where this video starts.
Hey, what's going on? Whatever.
By the way, I don't know this channel. I just saw the name of it. Don't connect me to anything. I don't know what they're about. I just want to play this clip for you. So I don't know what freedomnews.tv is about. We're just playing the clip.
What are you guys?
Why are you attacking people who are We're not the ones causing the problem. Attack the big corporations. Attack the government. Don't attack us. We're all in the same boat here, guys.
This is the most liberal group of people you can find on the planet.
Look, liberal policies. Biden is drilling more oil than any precedent since Bush. Like, come on. So liberalism is not the answer either. We need to change the system. We need burners to rise up. You're intelligent. You're a conscious human being. You're awakened. We have it. Here's a flyer. It said like Biden. It didn't say anything about Biden. It says system change. We need system change. We're demanding Burning Man. 3 principles. Radical honesty. Advocate for change. If we can make a full city of 100,000 people in the desert with zero resources on a dry lake bed, we can actually change some policies.
Fucking road where people need to make money. We did. You can take us to government. They don't care about working class people. They don't care about us. I am a working class. Me too. I go to work. Me too, brother. They don't care about us.
So Rowena, don't worry. Law enforcement shows up. Boy, did they show up. So they're arguing. Oh, they're about to show up. I skipped like the first little bit of this where they're really trying to get them to move, but you get the idea.
The government doesn't care about us. I'm on your team, my brother.
You'll have to drive around. Look at that. Look how far it's backed up there. It gets worse. Here's where they really try to start moving the trailer.
People can get hurt like this. Get out the way.
Climate change. Look at what's happening in Maui. Look at what's happening right now in Canada.
We gotta get to Reno. Get out the way. Get out the way.
We're getting hurt by the system.
Move. You guys need to get through.
Nobody injured. There's no reason to block the road. I mean, there's nobody injured, so it's like, at least you can move the debris out of the way. I'm sorry that you lost
You probably are from Ireland or fucking way far away. Get out of here.
Okay, so she's trying to get them to move. She's a native. They're on native land. That's missed quite a bit. Courtney, thank you for that. It says not all clip channels are equal. Some verging on bullying by attacking physical appearance, character, and just making fun. Some content is not well researched. It's just ridicule for laughs. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. So one thing that was missed in the short clip of this is that the road they're blocking, which is illegal to block any road anyway, but they're also on native land doing this. So the law enforcement that we're about to see drive up are not typical law enforcement. It's the native rangers.
We're waiting for the police.
We're waiting for the police.
I don't care. Get the hell off. You guys are just causing problems. Let them through.
You guys are causing your own traffic jam. I'll leave you volatile. Do not tempt him, please.
It's a peaceful protest.
This is a non-violent protest.
Peaceful protest.
This is a non-violent protest.
Oh, I didn't even. Okay, so it's a non-violent protest, but you're impeding others traveling to do your protest.
Peaceful protest.
This is a non-violent protest.
Touch me.
This is a non-violent protest.
It's a peaceful. You're going to hurt her. You're a burner. You don't get people. It's a peaceful protest.
So that the one woman was trying to get her to move because this truck's trying to go through, and the protester is, I don't know what they think they're gonna do, but they're just standing in the way, pushing on the truck.
This is a non-violent protest. This is a non-violent protest. Right here. Move that.
Whoa.
Go ahead. Keep going. Go. Let's see. Let's see.
Is this who we are?
Can you help me lift this? Do you understand how heavy this is?
God, this is fucking heavy. Just lift this fucking and you move it over like that.
Wow.
She chained herself to this thing. And other people drug her over there, and then she's mad that somebody else won't help her move it.
Wow. You should stop the traffic if you want to get
Stop
out.
him. Stop him before he
Stop
gets
the traffic
through.
if you want to get out.
Okay, so here's where it gets a little dicey. So why are they doing this? Dixie asked. They were protesting the resources used, the environmental impact that happens at Burning Man. Now, from what I understand, Burning Man used to be really bad with people destroying the area, leaving a bunch of trash. But in the past several years, they've gotten like really tight on their rules of you pack out whatever you bring in and stuff like that. I could be wrong. That's just what I read when I researched it. But here it's about to get, let me slow it down to normal speed. Really dicey when local law enforcement come in hot. Well, maybe not this guy.
This man, get off the highway. This is a state route. Everybody will be arrested if not. 30 seconds. Send your leader to my vehicle. Let's talk. Get off the fucking road.
Send your leader to my vehicle.
Tommy.
Take all of you out. You better move.
Yes, it's on a reservation.
Get out now!
told you on the ground now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Don't move!
Give me your last name and date of
So
birth.
who's threatening to get the gun? No one has a gun. No one has a gun.
We have no weapons at all.
Officer, will you tell me where
We're environmental protesters. Please.
So you hear him say, "Who has the gun?" I wonder if someone called in that there was a threat of someone out there with a gun, and that's why they came in so hot. But
Trespassing on tribal lands.
Please.
Stop resisting! Stop
Please.
resisting!
Please.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? Our friend is getting fucking hurt! She was just standing here. What the fuck?
He's hurting me.
What's the badge number?
They
It's okay, kill you. I'm not part of this. I'm not part of this. Fight back.
Holly.
You said, Finn back.
Ow!
Sorry.
yeah, these are the tribal rangers. Government. Yes.
Traffic. Not only the alcohol.
Discuss how far back up the traffic stop because of but look at how far this went. They were out there for a really long time, blocking the road. Just idling in that desert heat. Yeah, you have to be welcomed onto tribal land. You break the laws there, it's a different set of rules. I mean, you have to answer to their council, not what they weren't protesting the native land, they were protesting Burning Man, but they were impeding traffic on tribal land. I bet it is too. They were blocking traffic to protest. How do I word it? The resources that get used during, how do they say it? The climate protesters, but they had something specific that they said. Although they all traveled there, I'm sure, in vehicles that consumed energy to get there. But anyway, that was a wild clip. People have shared that out frequently on Twitter. I've seen it a lot over there. 100 cars, if not more. Yeah, it was in Nevada. How to get her done. They got it done. They got it done. It was insane. There's a different like view of the vehicle, like plowing into the car. Let me show you guys that real quick because the other view shows it a little differently. Here we go.
Did anyone get that? Yeah. Daryl.
You better move. You hear the guy on the bullhorn? He's like, "Better stay down. Better move."
Daryl.
Get out now! Get out! On the ground! All of you on the ground now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Don't move!
That was crazy. They had no clue, do they? They didn't even look into where they were going, where they were going to be protesting. None of it. They're going to be closed Saturday. Oh, well, congratulations. Congratulations. So protesting one person on travel lanes and blocked all those people. I'm glad they got arrested. Peaceful does not mean blocking traffic. Maybe standing on the side and causing others to slow down, right? They could have done it so different. They had a giant wooden sculpture or something, whatever it's called. Oh yeah, yeah. Burning Man is where they burn a huge thing. Is no one know? Let me show you what Burning Man looks like. They burn something different every year, from what I understand. There's like that man, then there's one article I read about it said that they were protesting like the people that fly their jets in and the consumption of energy that they use to fly their jets in to attend Burning Man, but you're blocking the people on the road. That was, I don't know, just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So that road is just a road though, like it doesn't just lead to, yeah, it goes to Burning Man. Local citizens could have potentially been on that road as well. There probably were some local citizens, but I wouldn't think a whole lot going that direction. I don't know how close it was to the event or how far away it was. Spent the night in a tent in an house years ago, but with permission from the Rangers. He told me if I took photos, he'd confiscate my camera. Yeah, I wouldn't FAFO on that one either. Look like smart move. Smart move. That's the stupidest method. We got an invitation to attend a meeting on the res. It was one of the most powerful experiences of my life. I love that. I know. It was just like boom, we plowed through it. No, these are aliens at Burning Man, Courtney. Although thanks to you, I dreamt about aliens last night. I have yet to have anyone dream the way I do. It did, because I was talking about aliens. I mentioned it earlier at the beginning that thanks to Grandma Sherry, I dreamt about aliens. And then Growing Pains, I talked a little bit about the channel growth, but it was mainly the definition of what people think a tragedy pimp is. Makes more sense than protesting. It does. I still don't believe in aliens. We didn't talk on them too much. We went straight into the tragedy pimp conversation. One of the reasons I think I dreamed about aliens. You want to see the cutest alien, y'all? It's the cutest alien ever and has the best smile of any alien I've ever seen. Looky there. Isn't that crazy what ultrasounds can do nowadays? Look at his little smile. I'm so in love. But he does kind of look like an alien. And here you can really see his hand. Look at that. It's just so detailed. Just amazes me. He was playing with his foot. That's his foot in his hand. I thought it was both of his hands, but no, it's his foot in his hand. He was playing with his foot the whole time. He was talking, they said. See, like, its lips and just this one here with that smile, though. Oh, so ready to love on those cheeks. Cutest alien ever. I know. I don't believe in aliens, so Cordy and I go back and forth on it. He says the truth is out there. Aliens, yes. UFOs, no. Okay, Jenny, I'm gonna need you to explain that. How can we have aliens without UFOs? Hmm? I'm generally a really vivid dreamer, but oh my god, pregnant. Oh yeah, yeah, those were wild. Those were wild. I see my dreams like a movie, like I watch myself and others in my dream, and I know I'm dreaming the whole time. I've always dreamed like that. Thank you. They are blocking someone's chance to see loved ones before passing kids get all the things, right? The end of November. The end of November. I know, the smile, right? I I'm so amazed at ultrasounds, she has videos and stuff she sent me. I just can't get over how, like, clear and seeing him move around, like, oh, my ultrasounds, 20 some years ago were black and white, grainy pictures, and it truly looked like an alien. Oh, he's so cute. That's what I've been busy with. That right there. Okay. There's probably life on Jupiter's moon, underwater life. But do you believe in aliens that, um, come here? Not life on other planets so much so as aliens that will travel through space to planet Earth. One of Blank Screen's videos made me dream about BHP's eyes changing colors on a live. That would freak me out. I made a big oh, that's a good idea. You found what channel? I'm sure Cordy needs to know the channel. Traveling light years at a time probably isn't physically possible. Hmm. And I demand you take a break if you're dreaming about Betty. November 17th, I bet his papa hopes that it's born a day before that. Or his dad, not his papa. I know, right? Your daughter had a 5D ultrasound? This was 4D. I can't imagine what a 5D ultrasound looks like. Right, Rowena, they really, really are. All their advanced technology to get here and they just push down some corn and leave, right? That's all they're doing? Or they do a blip and they're gone? That's it? Really? If they have advanced technology to get here to push down the corn, what are they coming here to do? I doxed my grandson. I don't care. I think I cut off yeah, all the names are cut off. Just this picture. Hey, tragedy pimps. I was looking up the definition of tragedy pimps before this live, by the way, and your videos pop up on Google. Oh my gosh. I have all different kinds of dreams. Sometimes it's first person viewer, sometimes it's like a movie and I can see myself. Yeah, I've never been first person, but I am. I know that's weird. Like my dreams are like movies. I can see them playing out in front of me, and if I'm in the dream, I can see myself in the dream. And I'm fully aware that it's a dream the whole time, and if I don't like what I'm dreaming, I can change what I'm dreaming about. Take magnesium. UFO fever started after airplanes became a big thing. Makes sense. You can never remember your dreams. My mom's birthday is the 7th of November. My brother's is the oh. What is it? Hang on. Aliens, corniest trolls in the universe. Corniest trolls in the universe. Right? If that's all they're doing is coming here to push down some corn or to hide their UFO in a barn, why are they coming here? I need to do some more research into this, but I just don't believe in aliens. Mars. He lives on Mars in his mommy's belly right now. No, lucid dreaming's I know it's called lucid dreaming, but that's how I always dream. It's not just like a lucid dream. And yeah, it's not the same as lucid dreaming. Oops, talk to the sleep specialist about it. But it does sound like lucid dreaming, but I can control them. I don't know, it's weird. Watching some people, I hope we aren't the most intelligent life form. Yeah, really? I don't know. They probably came here and said, F that. They saw this video here, they saw it happening, blockade, and like, nope, we out. Yes, I can switch whatever the dream is about, just like a channel. I can decide if I'm ready to move on to something else. They don't like our corn. They have a big issue with our corn, but they do like our barns. They love our barns. I don't necessarily believe in aliens, but it's cool to talk about them. My husband, on the other hand, believes in all the things. Aliens, he believes in big. We are Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Bigfoot's big around here for some reason. Everybody has these like little metal signs, but it's like a Sasquatch cut out in him, and they put them all over their property. It's weird. If Neil deGrasse doesn't believe in aliens, I don't either. I knew you meant dreams. There's an night gallery show where we all like pets like an ant farm from aliens. We will make great pets. They Oh, so Bigfoots are aliens? Those are some hairy aliens. Yeah, it's big in the Pacific Northwest as well. I don't believe in Loch Ness either. There are some, like, people who are very adamant about Nessie. Very adamant about Nessie being legit. It's crazy. That's cool. I seem to have bad dreams when I do have them, the ones that play over and over. I didn't know that others dreamed differently until I was older, because if it's all you know, it's all you know, right? My husband's is hairy, so we call him Bigfoot. Ah, that's too funny. If we're aliens' pets, why can't I sleep all day, wash myself, and scratch things I don't want? You can, Barry. You can. Do it. Do it all you want. They have a big search for the Loch Ness Monster in the UK. There's still Megs around. What do you mean, Megs? I don't know what that is. I have a reoccurring dream that I am missing an international flight connection. I can, I've only dreamt I was falling once. If you guys, a lot of people dream they're falling a lot. That's weird. Oh, you believe there's megalodon still around? Hmm. I've seen Loch Ness. Oh wait, never mind. It was just my ex. You guys are ornery. Once my number two pointed out the gorillas at the zoo and said, "That's horrible." I love it. I love it. Oh, True Texans here for the alien talk. I have been on this planet a long time. Only alien I've run into is Pete. Jeez, you're horrible. Corn is like cockroaches to aliens. Hmm. I believe there are still things under the sea that we haven't and aren't likely to see. I can agree with that, Barry. The sea is a very mysterious place. I don't know what's down there in its depths. Either late for travel or in jail. You dream you're in jail, Hakan? You had the falling feeling once and you were falling off the bed. Oh my gosh. I didn't understand why my brothers couldn't just like change their dream because they'd like I had one brother who had night terrors really, really bad. And I'm like, just stop dreaming that. Dream something else. He didn't get it for the longest time what I was trying to say. But we were just kids, so. Well, okay, so we covered what is a tragedy pimp. We covered aliens a little bit of growing pains of where I want to go with this channel. Basically, I don't know because life is busy. And we covered tragedy pimp playing cards. What else is going out on there on the streets? Is there anything well, there's a lot I'm missing, but what else is going on out there? I definitely believe in other beings being out there somewhere. I think it would be naive to think we're the only ones out there. Now, are they aliens? Why is it naive to think we're the only ones here? I just asked that because I've heard a lot of people say that actually, that it's naive to think that we're the only ones here. Why is that naive to think? When I was little, I used to think there was a clown riding a train through the creek behind my. Okay, that'd be scary perfectly. That's a scary that's a night terror right there. Just change it. Just change it, right? I would be terrified of that. Holy cow. I feel it isn't naive in my opinion. I feel there is too. Hmm. Just so many planets, galaxies, etc. Who knows what other living beings are out there? Well, why haven't we? I mean, we've been to other planets. I don't know. There's a possibility that there are alien life forms on much further ones out that we haven't been to, but I guess what I don't believe in is the movie version of aliens and what we see depicted in movies and TV shows and things like that. I don't dream that I'm falling. Hypnagogic hallucinations of falling in that moment of falling asleep. There are, Nona. There are. By the way, I like the name Nona. You've had an alien sighting, Peggy? What was it? What it looked like? I just hope it doesn't turn me too. Me too. They're just out there floating in the space. They're just floating around because of the numbers of stars, planets, galaxies, and if universe is infinite, they have enough time to get here. Plus quantum physics. I mean, there's all those things. Just throw all those things in there, Cordy. Do it. Humans cannot live on other planets or galaxies, but we don't know what type of life exists. The universe is so vast. We are just one little tiny piece of it. I have a reoccurring dream. I'm in work and there's a queue of rehab patients waiting on methadone, and okay, I have a feeling that that's not just a dream. That'd be terrifying. Who's in the other galaxies? What if no one is? But what if there's nothing? What if there is nothing out there, no other life form on any other planets or in any other galaxies? Would that mean something different for you if you knew there was nothing out there? We're it. Humans are it. There's a national UFO reporting website. You can read reports made by people, and they are categorized by state. Yes, it's this Italian program. I don't know what the meaning of dreams are, but I do know this much. I've been dreaming of close random people I knew that are dead every night for a month. Ooh. It is serious what the patients are. Yeah, I would imagine not. I would imagine not, Fairy. You're welcome, Cordy. You're welcome. But I still need your answer on what if there's nothing out there, Cordy? What if we're it? What if this is it? This earth, these people, these problems. What if that's it? Back to YouTube. You're trying to kick the habit. I'm gonna be looking up some alien videos. I've been digging into two cases, and one is the Haslett case, and 8675309. She told me there was an update in it, so I went and looked it up, and I'm trying to put some visuals together for it, and it's a pretty sad case. But then the other one is the Karen Reed case. I don't know if you guys have looked into that case at all, but it's mind blowing. And the documents, I have been poring over the documents for days. And I don't know if I can do that one without putting my own theories and speculation into it because I have thoughts on it. Well, I have some thoughts on it. If there is nothing, pick a good delusion to get you through life, to give it meaning. What's your delusion of choice, y'all? Hmm? I did too, Claire. Sometimes it's so vivid too. So vivid. I live kind of close to an airbase, and there's towns here that people say they see UFOs all the time. Oh man, we went to Marshall made me go to Area 51 right before he was deployed for the first or no, right before he went into the Air Force. I wonder if I have that picture on my laptop. There's this place really close to Area 51 that has these well, it's not like really close. It's on the other side of Vegas. But it's close to Death Valley actually. It has these really crazy looking statues. Let me see if I can find it real quick to show you guys. I think you get a kick out of some of them. But it's just like this sculpture place out in the middle of the desert. Okay, it was 20. Oh, I do have them on here. Okay, one moment, please. Some of these are hilarious. But there's a couple that are kind of creepy that I think you guys will like. This is Marshall Adam. You guys have seen his picture before. It's also near a ghost town. There's like a ghost town right by it too. Okay, we'll start out with this one. Let me take the comment down. And it's like the Last Supper, but they just look like ghosts. Kind of creepy. This one the guys might like. If it loads. Looks like Legos, but it's a chick. I don't know why aliens reminded me of this. I think it's because of this picture right here. Not the chick. Hang on, it's loading. Here, this one. Just like another creepy dude with a bicycle. I can't remember the name of this place, but if you look it up, it's like right outside of Death Valley. There's also a ghost town really close to it. But, oh, and of course, this giant mosaic couch. Just out in the middle of nowhere. And then this was like this thing. I thought I had a close-up picture of that, but maybe I didn't. It was like a banshee up there is what it was, but it was made out of like a bell. It was creepy. And then one of these. It was a really interesting place. It looked like a huge double cigar. I know, right? It's not Legos. It just looks like it's made out of Legos. We went all over the place, Liplock, didn't we? We went all over the board. Okay, I will. I'm starring that so I can remember it. If there is nothing whatever you believed right before you die will be real, since when you're dead and it's nothing, you won't know. That's messed up, Cordy. That's really messed up. Yeah, I bet. Yes, I was at Area 51 and did not find out if they had aliens captive. Nope, they wouldn't let me on base. It's crazy. I don't know why. I tried to sweet talk them, and they were just like, "Nope, you don't get on. Next." Like, come on. Pipe dreams are the most aggressive. Ghost stories. I don't believe in ghosts either. I'm no fun. I do like the couch. It was pretty cool. Yeah. Lots of crazy art installations out there. There is. Pascal's wager. The couch one or something else? Or the thought? Is that what you're telling me to what you told me to look up? I started. Oh yeah. Blase Pascal's. Okay, Pascal's wager. Let me write that down so I don't forget it. My notes. I use my notes app on my phone like 50,000 times a day. Pascal's wager. Got it. Got it. They look like a double what? I saw. Hey, Spudler, how's it going, love? A double cigar. Well, that's what the UFO look like, or the alien? See you, true Texan. Mine too, Cobb. My absolute favorite thing to do. I do too. You've seen so many different types of UFOs or aliens. Silver balls. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Dina. Oh, that's what I should have done. I should have tried to alien talk him into it. If we have a zombie apocalypse, you're going to Area 51 to hide out? I still have a hard time believing what's even happened to me, but one of the times I wasn't alone. Oh, see, I believe people have experienced things. I'm not discrediting that. I believe people have seen something, encountered things like that. I just don't believe they're ghosts. But I know that there are a lot of people who are very firm in that. There's an actual brothel just outside it. Yes. Oh, yes. It's by let me see. I might have a picture of that actually. Because I was like, wait, what is this? Let me see. There is a brothel outside of Area 51. She's right. I did not take a picture. I bet Marshall did. I'll have to get. Oh no, I did take a picture. Here, let me get it. And Marshall being a dork. Let me see if this is the one that you're thinking of. Nevada's a weird place, isn't it? We love finding like crazy, quirky things like this. This one here? Yep. Alien Cat House Brothel. You can even get air and water there for $1. It's on YouTube. Yep. No, we took a picture by it. I forgot about that. Oh my goodness. If it was a ghost, I guess, but it was something, that's how I've always kind of felt like people's experiences are real. Right. I know they're real. I'm not discrediting their experiences. It's crazy. Told me a few days ago, when you die, you're zero. Yeah, I would have moved that conversation along too. Dina's in the house. I think a lot of sightings in the past were early model drones. I have to philosophy that the supernatural, etc., is simply things we haven't learned yet. I agree with that. I agree that they're things that we haven't learned yet, things we don't understand. I'm very strong in my faith, so I also believe that they could be other things there that I won't go into on here, but yeah, I agree. Hey, Connie. The girls go for the weekend and make big. I bet they do, Lady Tara. I bet they do. I was with a boyfriend on one of my UFO sightings. Was he the alien? Maybe the boyfriend. Just asking. It's not exciting alien talk. I promise. Next alien talk, I'll look up a bunch of conspiracies and we will go over the conspiracies. Boom, aliens. The bunny house is the one to the right. Oh, that's the one that Lamar Odom was at. Oof. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not cool enough for QWERTY because I don't get down with aliens. But I will find some interesting alien conspiracies to talk about. Did you guys see that one in Nevada? Now, I did think that that was interesting, where law enforcement caught the something falling out of the sky on their body cam, and people called in the alien things. You'll never leave. Quit lying. Lies. They shut down Area 51. Well, you can't go into it. You can't, like, I mean, you can go up to the gate. I don't know. Let me see what we took a picture of for Area 51. Marshall had been prior. We took a picture of a sign. You drive up to the gate, and there's a sign there that says, "Warning, U.S. Air Force installation. No drones. Photography of this area is prohibited." But I did take a picture of the sign. That's about it. That's all there is. That's all you can see from that road anyway. I know. He keeps playing with our emotions, Dina, and I'm sick of it. Please stop, sir. Please. You can't. My dad was seriously into astronomy and always said we couldn't be the only entities. The universe is just too big. He used to correspond with Brian May. Oh, I did watch that one show. No, that's not Brian May. Who's the really big alien conspiracy theorist? I say conspiracy, but I know that's not what it is. What's his name? He had like a documentary on that I watched. I want to say like Nazer or something. Is that ring a bell with anyone? What is his name? Let me see if anyone said it. I haven't got on the plane quite yet, but it's come. But there, I was close with Lazar, I think is how it is, right? Bob Lazar. I did watch that documentary, but that's just because I love documentaries. I also watched a documentary about LuLaRoe leggings, so there's that. I just like documentaries. Yes, I know. Was he at Area 51 or wasn't he around I thought he was somewhere different. I could show you an alien in the sky picture I took. Well, email me that, Denise. It could be true, QWERTY, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. You're gonna have to convince me. Right, the legging documentary. Now that one was wild. You guys want to watch a crazy documentary? Those women went crazy over leggings, buttery soft leggings. The Secret Life of Deer. Deer don't have an S on the end of it. But what is this? What's so secret about deer? What are they doing in private? Do I want to know? what are they doing that they needed a whole documentary about? High unseen. It was crazy. The Lularoe. I keep wanting to say Lululemon, but it's Lularoe, and that one was wild. Then there was another crazy documentary I watched about. It was in it's a church in Franklin, Missouri, or Franklin, Tennessee. I can't think of the woman's name, but like the cover of the documentary, she has like blonde hair that's 2 feet tall, and she ended up dying in a plane crash. But it was all about their church. I can't think. The Secret Life of Trees. Yeah, what are they doing in secret too? I have a lot of questions. So the deer and the trees are doing stuff in secret? I need to look into this. Just staring you down. What was that documentary with the chick with the big hair? All I put in was documentary chick with big hair, and it popped right up. On Gwen Shamblin, The Way Down documentary. That's what it was. The Way Down documentary. Y'all want a crazy docuseries? Check that one out. What you hear in the woods stays in the woods. I want to know what these deer are up to. The higher the hair, the closer you got. That's what they say. I did. But that one chick's dad got them all to do, and that one was crazy too. It's been a while since I've seen that one, like a couple months. The trees are all talking to each other underground via roots. So where did the deer come in, or is it two separate docs? I need to know this. Like she ate it. I know her cabinet burnt up. Do you think it'll live? I wonder if it'll survive the fire. I've seen the after pictures of it, and it is so tragic what it looks like. We just saw that, like, 21 or 22. I think it was 22, actually. I can't believe it burned up. Yeah, The Way Down. I think it's on Netflix. Oh, it's an HBO, so it's on HBO. It's a crazy one. Trees will help their injured young. Trees get hormonal, and they need hugs and chocolate. Got it. To Sarah Lawrence, have you seen that documentary, Ellie, about the college cult kids? Yeah. Poor deer. You know how many I've hit? I personally have hit one. My husband's hit two. Like, oh, maybe three. We're just wiping them out left and right. Maybe that's why they have a documentary about all these people in the cars murdering them. I hope so, Hakab. I really do. I saw that they were watering it pretty heavily with fresh water, so I really hope. Really, really hope so. She's probably over at Gavel's watching the trial, whatever the one today was. It was the Hollywood killer. Nature, the secret life of deer and trees at night. There's no S on deer. It's kind of like Illinois. It's silent. Except for it's not silent because it's not even on there. You've never hit a deer? Do you guys not have a lot of deer there in Georgia? They're everywhere here. It's no big deal to take one or two out a year. It's fine. It's population control. Our insurance hates it. You've never hit a deer either? Who has never hit a deer? I knew a chap that had 2 palm trees in his front yard. He always peed on one of them after a big night out. That tree grew 2 feet taller than the other one. Oh my gosh. I have a bush that my daughter's dog always pees on, and now it's dying in that spot. Not the same. She just told you off in a Boston area. I can hear that too. I heard it. I do believe there might be other life beyond Earth. They always seem to land in cornfields in the middle of nowhere, and the eyewitnesses are less than credible, right? Or you get a blurry picture, a grainy image, quick flash on your uh, camera. I was gonna say, but most of them are before like our modern phones and stuff too. That's why I have an issue with it. Oh, now the aliens stop coming once we have the technology to catch them, huh? Extremist religions. Interesting. Cats and Macy's. A three-legged deer that goes through my yard. Oh, you've not hit a deer either? Never hit any animal. I've only hit a deer. Really? I hit it. My brother hit a cow once in my husband's veggie truck. My husband converted a my dad had an old farm truck, and my husband it was a diesel, and he converted it to run solely off of used vegetable oil. I don't know, it was a weird project he wanted to try. Anyway, my brother was like 17. His vehicle broke down, so he was borrowing we called it the veggie truck. He was borrowing that, and he was coming home late from football practice, and it was in the country. Boom! Smacked into a large black cow in the middle of the road. It was horrible. It was horrible. Totaled the veggie truck. My husband was more sad about the truck than the car, or than the cow. Never hit any animal. Oh, you don't drive. Well, that could be why. Yep, this one bush, only half of the bush is dead that he pees on. One half is green. It's a boxwood bush, and so half is bright and green and beautiful, and the other is brown and dead. And that's where he pees. Hitting a deer is your. It does happen fast. It happens really fast. Don't let your dog. No deer near you. You were traumatized over hitting a squirrel. I did hit a bird once too, but it lived. When I got to my destination, like 20 minutes later, it was alive in the grill. Had to get it out. Aw. Cows kill more people yearly than sharks. And I'm not talking by the. I don't believe it. Kicking them, I would guess, would be the biggest way that they kill people is by kicking, like milking cows when people are milking. Yep. I never hit a deer. I feed a few. Oh, don't swerve for a deer though, y'all. Hit it because you can cause a lot more damage to your vehicle and to yourself if you swerve and go in a ditch and things like that. It can be horrible. Just try to stop too, but a lot of times they just jump right out in front of you. Nice swing with sharks, ones. Be careful with the animals. All right, guys. Been on here quite a while. It's been fun chit chatting with y'all. Um, the yeah, those back roads are scary. I mean, I felt horrible. It was a black cow, so you can't even see it anyway. It's pitch black at night. And came around a corner and boom, there it was. Ooh, yeah, you cannot be doing that, sir. Please, please don't touch the baby hippos or the giraffes. Have you guys seen the videos where the people are feeding, I think it's giraffes and no, they're feeding the elephants and the elephants wrap their trunk around their arms and try to pull them in and stuff? I had a badger run into your back tire in Kansas. I want to know if we've drove through the South a lot. We've never hit an armadillo. I can't imagine hitting an armadillo would probably be one of the worst animals to hit. Well, the worst on your tiring on your vehicles. And, well, I don't know. Hitting a deer totals it, but I do think it would be horrible to hit an armadillo. That's what I'm trying to say. I won't put alien in my title anymore, even when I'm talking about aliens. I'm not going to put it in there. Just for you. Just for you. Oh, but I have gotten a lot of emails about doing a virtual baby shower for my daughter. And so I talked to her about it, and I was kind of on the fence, not wanting to because of the whole like stigma around YouTube and all that stuff. But she said, yeah. And so I'm going to put that on my members community tab. And then when I do the baby shower portion, it'll be a members only live. That'll be private afterwards. Like it'll be under members, but I just don't want it out there all the time for everyone. So I'm going to put that under the tab. And I just tried to fill it up with like inexpensive things. But I had my friends test it to make sure my personal information wasn't showing. And so I got a package today from it. So include your YouTube name on like the note though, so she knows who to thank, not your real name, your YouTube name. Babies are stupid. They are, but they get really smart. Especially when you educate them. You educate them and they get big smart. It's a fact. Thanks, Blank Slate. Thanks, Akam. Ooh, I didn't even think of that one, True Texan. Ooh, that would be horrible. See, I'll take hitting a deer any day over an armadillo and a gator. Oh, no, thank you. Funny Fridays just started doing it, just fundamental Christians, but now does a lot. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh, what was this one? The deer love my yard. A few years back, we had a black and white deer. A black and white deer? Interesting. I hope you got pictures. Thank you, Evil Queen. Black and white deer? I'm gonna have to look that up. We have a town in our state. It's a couple hours south of me, but they're famous for their albino squirrels. I've seen a couple there. Aliens walk around us in Walmart all the time. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I decided we'd go ahead and do it. And she said that, yeah, she'd do it on camera. So, but just make sure you guys, if you do pick something on there, and I put like fast array of things, just make sure you put your YouTube name. And I'll put that on the community tab too. Don't worry, I won't be dropping it over and over in the chats or anything like that. A deer hit my car once in the back. It was dark and I had no idea what happened and stopped. But all I saw was damage to my car. I later saw the hair. I thought kids were slinging bold. Ooh. My friend had a deer run into her vehicle also. Mickey Mouse to the moon. You put a baby out in the wild, it will die. A dog or a cat can figure it out. That is a fact. That is a fact. But a baby can grow big and strong and transplant a heart. Can a dog or a cat, once they grow big and strong, do that? Hmm? Hmm? Can they? Oh my gosh, we've just been in here rambling, Bieber. Been rambling. Hey, Army Vet. Black squirrels where they live. Ooh. We're touring college campuses. I think it's called what? Yeah, white squirrels. You have black squirrels. We just have the everyday like brown squirrels around here. Regular squirrels. We don't even get fancy squirrels. We just get regular squirrels. But thankfully, we don't hit them too often in our vehicles. Red squirrels and black chipmunks. Dang, y'all got some crazy animals. You love don't pet the gators, Hakab. Please promise me that you're not going to be out there petting gators. So, well, I'm still just yammering. We were getting ready to, I know, right, Courtney, but I want to say one more thing and one more thing and one more thing. So we're getting ready to go on our next trip, or we're planning it. It won't be until after the first week of November. Well, then that cuts it really close to, in my opinion, close to what my daughters do. So instead of going out of the country like we typically would, I convinced him to go to Southern Florida. Now, we just went to Florida not too long ago, but I've been doing so many other things. Like when I'm researching or looking stuff up on my computer or on my phone, I normally have something playing on my TV from YouTube. Well, it's all been shelling videos. So now in my mind, I'm a seashell pro and I will be visiting all of the beaches in Southern Florida to find all of the best seashells. I will be doing it on my first attempt because I know that I am a pro in my own mind. Anyway, allegedly. So I can't wait to see all of the professional seashells that I find. Oh, I'm so excited. Crazy things like that. I've learned how to clean them all. Oh, I have a ton of sand dollars already, but I will also be finding those. I just know it. I don't have a shark tooth. Where do I find shark teeth? I do love the keys. The keys are beautiful. The keys are very beautiful. Since I have a cat rescue, I feel compelled to say not all cats can fend for themselves. But oh, I thought you said die, and I was like, what? They don't deserve to, okay, they deserve to live. That sounds a lot better. I had a pet squirrel once. His name was Rocky. If anybody would like to see, I'll be so, oh, I want to see Rocky. Put him on your community tab. Was he a flying squirrel or just a regular squirrel? Yes, I do know that Duchess lives in South Carolina. She went live last night showing the, oh man, she had really bad flooding last year. Oh, I bet it did get bad there again. I'll go check that out. Send her love. Mm-mm-mm. Just big lizards and folks feeding them is a bad thing, kind of like squirrels or tree rats. Yeah, I do call them tree rats too. It's the little, right? That's all. I just want to go walk on the beach and find some cute shells, and then be back in time in case my grandbaby comes early. That's all I'm asking for. No, I'm not close by Joliet. Nope. Do they ever play? Oh, maybe we will. He wants to move to the Keys. Hey, Sleuthy. Hey, girl. I was doing some research into a case. Sorry, I've been leaving for the past hour, but this is a Midwestern goodbye. Y'all get used to it. So I've been researching a case, and I saw that you've been digging into it too. So I will probably be sending you some messages, Fran. Like hunting for beach jade in Northern California because of YouTube videos that were playing in the background. Oh, have you been to Glass Beach out there? 867? I love Glass Beach. Where the Glass Beach I think it's in Northern California. It was the city dump. They used to go and dump their trash over the cliffs. They like the whole town would go out and just throw their garbage over the cliffs for decades, if not longer. And then they decided, to do a beach cleanup and hey, maybe we shouldn't put our trash in the ocean type situation. And what you get left with is the entire beach covered in sea glass. It's so gorgeous. And it sounds so amazing when the waves come in and they hit that sea glass. It's so crazy. A live tarot reading tonight. Oh man. His baby. Oh, iguanas. Karen Reed, ma'am. Karen Reed. I've been reading all the documents. All of them. For days. Yep. Fort Bragg. It's so pretty. But it's crazy because there's like, it looks like it's cliffs, but it's actually just like pillars of burnt garbage, and you can see like tires and hubcaps and uh potter, like all sorts of things in them. It's crazy. You guys haven't heard of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe? Put a 1 if you have not heard of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. It totally is a gob. This is a Midwestern goodbye. According to my calculations, I got a solid 5 more minutes before I have to shut it down, before it goes over the territory, into the territory where it's like, okay, I'm coming back in to sit down. It is a crazy one. Oh my gosh. 1, 2. Some of you have not, yeah. If you have not heard of it, man, it's a good one. It's just so interesting. And do you know there's cases when you when you read about them, right? You're like, oh, okay, this person's guilty. Or, oh, yeah, they're innocent. Like you just know, right? This case, no clue. I have no clue which way this trial is going to go. It is, yes, it's very suspicious. I'm not saying that I'm like, oh, she didn't do it, but I'm not saying she did either. Like, this one's a head scratcher. I need good stuff to watch. So, yeah, there's a lot to watch out there. You don't think she's guilty? I don't know. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I think. So I said I've been reading all the things on it, all the things, because there's so much on it. And then you go past the facts, right? So you have the facts of the case, and then you go past the facts of the case, and it gets even crazy. For anybody about to go look into Karen Reed, I implore you to just read the court documents and make your own decisions before digging. Oh, right there. Number 1. Just read the court documents first and foremost. I've been working on timelines from the court documents. It's crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of um, speculation, fodder. Y'all thought Chris Watts was an insane case online. Mm-mm. A brief synopsis. Yeah, hang on. Let me take a drink. I'm getting a scratchy throat. I don't know what case you're oh, okay. I was like, wait, that's not Karen Reed's case. But I didn't see her previous message. I started following that one up to I don't know about the Chandler Halderson case. I'll have to look that one up. Ooh, you did? I just saw your tweet. Oh, yeah. Okay, so a brief synopsis is that Karen Reed and her boyfriend John O'Keefe went out drinking with friends. After an evening of drinking, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. This is not all the facts, right? This is just a brief synopsis. So they've been out drinking for, I don't know, somewhere between 4 to 5 hours. I can't remember exactly. And one of the friends that was with them said, hey, let's go back to this party at um, the Albert's house is where it was going to be. And Karen did not know those people, but John did. I mean, she knew about them, but she didn't have a close relationship with them, right? So they follow their other friends back to this house, or well, they were supposed to, but they ended up getting lost. Anyway, they get to the house, the Albert's house at a different time, to have a nightcap, carry on with the partying or whatever it was they were going to do. Well, Karen decided that she was not going to go in and attend the party and that she was going to go home, and John was going to go into the party and hang out. Now they only lived a couple miles away, so John was going to go in and hang out and then find his own way back home. This was around midnight. Again, this is just a brief synopsis. It's not the exact time. So this was around midnight. So she drops him off after sitting in the car with him for a certain amount of time, and she goes back home. Well, she starts calling the people that she was out with earlier in the night around 4 something, 4:30, and telling them, "Hey, John's not home. Where's John? Have you seen John? I'm gonna go out looking for John." Yada yada yada. Right? So these friends come over. Well, one of the female that was part of the couple that they went out drinking with, she came over to Karen's house. It was Karen and John's house, and so did her sister-in-law. I believe it was her sister-in-law. So the three women get together to go searching for John, and she backs up out of her driveway, leaves. I'm trying not to add too much into it until I can put specific things in there. Anyway, they go searching for John. They end up back over at the Albert's house where she dropped him off, and she instantly sees John laying down on the ground or laying on the ground. There's the light snow covering at this time because it had been lightly snowing earlier in the evening. And she finds him. They go over. She doesn't try to resuscitate him. Some other people do. And again, I'm trying to keep it brief. So then the paramedics come. They can't revive him. Of course, he's deceased. And now she is being accused of his murder. I don't know. There's just a lot more to it than just that. That's a very quick synopsis of what happened, but there's a lot of things that go into it. Like, the accusation in the beginning was that she hid him as she left because she had a broken tail light. Well, come to find out later, she was with the other two women when she backed into a vehicle and broke her tail light there, but yet they found parts of the broken tail light where he was found. So then there's a conspiracy of they planted parts of the tail light. Apparently, allegedly, he never made it into the house. That's what the witnesses say, that he never even went into the house. But then he has bruises on his body like he was in a fist fight or like he was defending himself. And he also has these weird bruises on his arm and stuff where it almost looks like a dog attacked him, but they call it bruises from blunt force trauma. And his eyes were all black and blue. It was weird. So, but the witnesses say that he never entered the house. So there's just a lot more to it, and I just don't know. I don't know where I stand. Just reading through. I've been reading through all the court documents. Oh, really? I'll have to look at that one. You think she's innocent? A lot of people do. Oh, evil queen, you'll have to send me your deeds. Did you know that she has? I did not know she had MS. What? She has MS. I knew she wanted to go home because she was really sick, and she said, she has all these health problems. They keep alluding to her health problems, but I didn't know what health problems she had. She was 100% framed. The Alberts had a house full of cops partying. I say but okay, this is where I struggle, right? I can see where people believe she's framed, but that would be a lot of people in on a conspiracy. Like a crap ton of people in on a conspiracy. Is that plausible? That's just my question, where I stand. There are far too many issues with I know. I'm struggling with it. I know where you'll be. Wait until you see this Google sheet. I'm currently working on the Apple Health data. Oh, shut up. I've been working on the timeline. I've been working on the timeline of the text messages. You're working on the Apple Health data. I love it. I know. That's why I'm trying to give you a brief synopsis, but it's just not possible. Which men? All the men in the house were cops, law enforcement. What was okay, great question. The evidence that got her arrested when is it Jennifer McCabe? I can't remember. One of the women that was with her that she had been out with drinking earlier in the night and that helped her go search and, just awake and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 4 o'clock in the morning to go search for people. her and the other chick in the car said that when they pulled up, that Karen spotted him instantly and just knew it was him, and they couldn't see him for some reason. And then she was saying, "I hit him, I hit him." That's their claim, is that she said, "I hit him, I hit him." And then a first responder, EMT, whatever it was that showed up there first, also testified, well, didn't testify, but wrote in his statement that she was saying, "I hit him, I hit him." And that became the basis for them to investigate her until, okay, get this. So they didn't have any evidence in this case. They just had John O'Keefe's body out there in the snow. They didn't find anything at the crime scene, anything at all. Although the crime scene area that they searched was just his body area. They never went in and searched the house or did anything in the house. But anyway, they just searched that area. Well, they didn't find anything on the crime scene. Then they, what's it called? Sorry, I'm having a brain fart moment. Impounded her vehicle. They impounded her vehicle. And then they decided to go search the crime scene again. And once you know it, they found pieces of her taillight at the crime scene after they impounded her vehicle. And that became the basis for her arrest. Yeah, we talked a lot about it. Like a lot. We watched we watched the court, her last preliminary hearing. And that was crazy, is that at her last preliminary hearing, all those law enforcement officers standing in the aisle, like, just standing there throughout the entire thing. What were they doing? Like, what was the point of that? Is it intimidation? Like, I don't understand it. Yeah, Jennifer McCabe, and was it Brian's wife? I thought it was, I thought it was Jennifer's sister-in-law, which might have been his wife as well. Well, if they don't want the truth to come out, it's not going to. The police stick together if they are, in fact. Now, see, I don't typically believe that, Bieber. I don't typically believe that. I have a very different opinion of law enforcement based on things that our family is involved in with law enforcement. So I don't typically go to that arena, but I have talked with some people who know Boston, PD, although this isn't Boston, but it's the outskirts of it. And they say it's just completely different there. Completely different there. Does Sleuthy have a time? You sent me a doc. Let me look at it real quick. Now we're past the Midwestern goodbye. We're past the goodbye point, y'all. You did this. Oh my gosh. Sleuthy, I've been working on this myself and you're like finished. Look at this. Holy cow. This looks good, girl. Yeah, that was another thing. So, excuse me, I have got a frog in my throat. Karen Reed calls, do you have it on here? She calls them to start searching at what time? No, this is just Jennifer McCabe's timeline that you have going on here. But Karen calls Jennifer McCabe around like 4 a.m. something to start searching for John, right? Well, Jennifer, at 2:26:37 a.m., Jennifer deletes 2 screenshots off of her phone, and then 3 seconds later, she does an internet search for how long to die in the cold. Tell me that's not sus. Tell me that's Jennifer, not Karen. That's Jennifer who does that at 2:27. That's an hour and a half before. I don't have the timelines in front of me of when Karen called them, but oh wait, here it is. At 5:05 is when Karen called them. 5:05 in the morning. So it's 2.5 hours before Karen calls to say John's missing. Why'd Karen call? I hadn't gotten this far. Sleepy, this is good. Right, she does. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know, but they're saying I don't know how they're not I don't know. That's why I said this is suspicious. It's a suspicious case, and it's one of the first ones where I don't know what I think going into the trial. This is crazy. How long did you work on this, Sleuthie? Man, I've been working on one off and on for like 2 days, but I keep getting sidetracked with other things. Okay, so you've changed your mind. Oh no. Mark Proctor, he's another name in there, got fired from the police department. He was at the party, and I think that John O'Keefe was who snitched him out. Oh. Three and a half hours before finding him outside, dead in the cold. And then she searched it again. Jennifer McCabe did at mm, let's see. She called 911 at 6:03. That's when they found John. And then so 6:03 is when they found John's body, and she calls 911. And then again at 6:23, so 20 minutes after they found him, she does another internet search for how long does it take to digest food. Then a minute later, not even a minute, like 10 seconds later, she does another internet search for how long to die in the cold. Now, both times that she typed out how long to die in the cold, she misspelled it, but different ways misspelling it. So she has all these internet searches, and it's suspicious. Hmm. I think I think it looks really good. Maybe changing the color of the key. No, I just think it looks really good. You're doing great on this, girl. Mine's down to when she observes the black that's it. But I was also working on some of the Karen stuff. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. It's gonna be a rabbit hole. And look out, there's going to like I agree with Sleuthy. If you're gonna dig into this, because when I was digging into it, when I first started digging into it, I was just reading some of the news articles, and I quickly found myself on a blog that took me down a rabbit hole I did not need to go down. So, well, not yet anyway. Not on not without a full understanding of the case. So just look up the court documents and read the court documents first. I highly suggest that. 2 weeks together. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. You put in some work. Are you gonna do some lives on it, Sloopy? Sounds like Jennifer knew something, doesn't it, Bieber? Why else you Googling how long to die in the cold? Very suspicious timing. Right? Very questionable. Twice, right? She Googled this twice. She Googled it at 2:27, so before Karen even called to say, "Hey, John's missing, let's go find him." And then again, where'd it go? 20 minutes after she called 911, she Googles it again. It's so suspicious. And then why Google how long does it take to digest food? Are the contents of someone's stomach important at that moment? It's weird. John O'Keefe was not even found in the driveway, right? If Karen had hit him, the video would have shown her dragging him under the car. You could have you could have weeks and weeks of lives on this. I don't even know where to start it. They ask for a brief synopsis, I'm like, okay, let me see, because you just can't. You can't. It's so deep. I follow those and the video evidence showing her 3-point turn. No way. What the turn the ring camera where she's turning around Murder Mystery Chick is in front of her well, it's in front of John's home. Is that the one you're talking about? We're just gonna use the Google Doc. There you go. I'll have to go check out your Google Doc. Yeah, why would you do that? And then she oh, yeah, I didn't get to that. Like, she deletes everything. At 2:26 AM, she deleted 2 screenshots, whatever, and then it's not even on your timeline, is it, Sleuthy? She also deletes a bunch of stuff off of her phone before her interview with law enforcement. Wait, she searched 3 times for how long to die? Okay, I missed that. So 20 minutes after he's found, she does her first search for how long does it take to digest food. Then 10 seconds later, she does an internet search for how long to die in the cold, spelt one way. Then at a minute later, 10 seconds later, Sergeant Michael Blank arrives. And then at like 20 seconds after that, she does an additional internet search for how long to die in the cold, misspelled again. So she did 3 searches for how long to die in the cold. This is so bizarre. So bizarre. The phone dude on the prelim said that her searching twice, that it would instantly go to the first search on the same question. Right. That's what they said. And if she wouldn't have misspelled it, but she did misspell every single time, she misspelled it a different way. She bumped her taillight at O'Keefe's home. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. That was her ring cam footage. Okay, let me see if I can get a scope for this spot because I don't want them to hit me. Okay, yeah, this footage here is outside of Karen's house. This isn't outside of the Alberts.
Happens, this video, 5 a.m., a little bit before 5 a.m., ring camera video from the victim's home where his girlfriend, Reed, was staying the night. So
from John's home where Karen was staying, and she stayed with him all the time. That's where this footage is from, Murder Mystery Chick.
This is what the video, here it is, Vinny. So she's pulling out in the black SUV. And that's the victim's SUV parked.
Right back
and
here.
The defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back.
You can see it bump. If you guys, let me slow it down so you can see it again. You can see it hit. You got a 0.27 or 0.75.
SUV parked. And the defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back right passenger side tail light. And they also claim you can see, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision, and then as she pulls away, they say that you can tell there's missing parts of.
Let me see if I can pause it on the right spot.
And they also claim you can see, you know, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision, and then as she pulls away.
Right there, you can see the white of where the tail light is broken. No, you don't have to go back to your corner. Yeah. No, it's confusing because there's different things. Yeah. But this is from O'Keefe's house. I know, sassafras, I say the same thing that I hope no one goes through my internet searches when I have a lot of true crime stuff. Oh, good. I'm glad you're gonna do a live on it. I think Tracy might do one eventually too. I hope so anyway. Okay, I'll check it out. Check it out. Jennifer came back to the crime scene for 10 minutes, then bounced at 5:46 a.m. Yep. Right? She came. Wait, she didn't come back to the crime scene. Well, that's when they arrived. So she met up with she gets a call from, where's it at? Karen Reed at 5:05:01 a.m. They meet up to go, or they discuss going to search for him. Karen calls again at 5:16. At 5:26, there's an outgoing call to Karen Reed. At 5:32, there's an outgoing call to Karen Reed. I don't know when they all ended up getting together. And then at 5:46, that's when Jennifer's phone arrives at John O'Keefe's house. Okay, so that's when they got together to go searching, was at 5:46. And then Jennifer's phone leaves O'Keefe's house at 5:52. Then at 5:57, Jennifer's phone is in the area of the Waterall Bar and Grill. And at 6:03, Jennifer's phone arrives at the 34 Fairview Road. So that's when they arrived to the crime scene, is at 6:03. And at 6:03:47, she calls 911 for 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Yes, that's the crime scene. All right, y'all. I really gotta go this time, but yeah, that's why I've been so enthralled in digging into this, because the court documents are gonna keep you busy for days upon days upon days. Let me tell you. So hopefully, I don't know, somebody will be able to put it into a digestible format. But that's all I got on this one, y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Love, love.